We are live. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am your friendly neighborhood ninja here with some of my good friends. Got Jeremy Lott, the Mighty Geek, Muir, Slick Jimmy, and we're going to have some fun this evening, just kind of chilling out. We're going to do some fun drawing for you guys and chat about all the amazing projects that are going about in our community.
Yeah.
So, here we go.
So
how you guys doing this fine evening?
Doing well.
Still breathing. I was on Nasser's stream earlier, and that was pretty interesting. Bunch of artists on that one. I was one of the few writers, so they were all talking.
What are you writing?
Me? Little Girl Leo is my book.
Okay. No, I threw down for that. I'm very looking forward to it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate all the backers, and anybody who's nice enough to tell me, I want to thank you heartily, because it's without you guys, this wouldn't be going anywhere at all. It'd just be something stirring around in my brain. So.
Cool. Hey, as long as you can put it on paper, it's all right.
We've had a lot of fun so far, and we've extended. We hit our $15,000 stretch goal, so we'll be adding a 10-page standalone non-saga sugar story done by Troy Torres in a Bruce Timm style. That will be kind of like an extended gag, but it'll kind of inform you a little bit more about what Sugar, who she is, and why she does the stuff she does.
I was surprised that you extended by 30 days. I don't object. I was just surprised.
Well, and it's through the season, and we'll see. I'm not sure.
I mean,
why.
It makes sense to do it. I just didn't see it coming. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, my feeling was if I didn't hit the stretch goal, I probably would extend anyway to see if I could hit the stretch goal. And if I did hit the stretch goal, it would give me a reason to say, look, we can do another stretch goal. And I'm right now thinking that it will be a 4-page fold out centerfold thing that you can tear out if you want and make it maybe a sugar. Or you can buy a second book and keep it pristine. We'll see. There you go. That I have to look into the printing cost if that's doable at another 5,000 pages. You know,
a full-out poster would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I like the idea. I think it'd be a lot of fun. And then if we hit 25,000, I think we'll do a lenticular cover.
Wow.
But that's $25,000.
Okay. So what in the past, what lenticular cover would you be looking back to say that was awesome? We should at least equal or, up that.
Well, this would be a specific. I've made it into 2 different books, and the stretch goal would be that if you ordered, if you wanted to swap out the 2 different books and combine them into one volume, so you'd have the Modest and Immodest, which is basically the same story. You could have those back to back, and then the lenticular would be a naughty cover and a clothes cover. So you flipped it back and forth, you'd see her lose her clothes.
So the difference is they have different covers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of like those old school pens that had the girl, you turned the pen upside down, her bathing suit came off.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it'll be very, very cheeky. But I still have to look in to see if that's possible, because the lenticulars aren't cheap, the ones I've been looking at.
No, they're not.
I got 400 backers right now, but not all of them are that tier. So I'd have to see if that would have to be a new tier, or if it's something I could do an existing payment, or I'd have to come up with something else. But I like the idea of a lenticular cover that as you kind of move it back and forth. Yeah. again, like my book is not for children, so keep it on the top shelf and out of the way. And
like I don't mean to be rude, but no duh.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised what people will do. I've
Little Girl Lethal, like that's totally for like 5-year-olds, right? No.
Well, you never know. I mean, people do crazy stuff. I've been to houses.
No, I'm actually designing some things that are all ages and or kind of like trending downward. Mm-hmm. And you gotta. There's a lot of things you gotta leave out.
Well, yeah. And here's the thing: like my book will have a parental advisory and a mature thing on it. So I want people. I really want people to know that this is just please put it out on the children. This is for adults to read. So.
Well, I know you have like a pseudonym, and I don't want to violate that. I get that, but have you done things in comics before without the pseudonym?
Nope.
Okay.
I was in another entertainment industry, so and the pseudonym is for purposes, it's an old trope to do, an old trick to do when you want to write things, not have everybody on your back. You use a pseudonym, and I have one that's a little more blatant than just saying, "My name's Adam Smith," or something like that.
Yeah, and I'm all about the wealth of nations.
Yeah. So I mean, there you go. I mean, I have several pseudonyms for writing now, so that's not.
No, I don't object to pseudonyms. I ghosted a book by a former governor of Maryland, but I was actually the recognized ghost, so it said with Jeremy Lott. But I've done some other stuff that was not recognized.
Right.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you got paid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you got paid, there's no problem.
That's right.
So, I like my anonymity a fair amount. Like when people talk about fame and fortune, I'm like, why the hell would you want fame? I just want fortune.
No, I agree. But if you have to have both of them together, I'm like, all right, fine, I'll take it.
No, I don't want people hassling me as I walk.
No, like I don't want that. But on the other hand, if it's that or poverty,
Yeah.
Yes.
Between that and poverty,
I'll take at least a little bit of hassle.
Well, I don't know. I've always seen like people that they want to go out and they want fame almost more than they want fortune, and I'm like, well, that's just crazy.
No, that's nuts.
That is.
No, if fame is the price you have to pay for fortune, fine, but you got to get the fortune too.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to be an anonymous and I mean, so if you see my face, I don't give a shit.
Look, if I wrote you a check for $500,000, would you care that much about anonymity?
It depends on what you wanted me to do for that $500,000.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying you'd have to strip naked and like during some Christmas celebration.
If you just wanted me to put my face on the back of a book, I'd probably do it. But I mean, I might spend a little time dressing myself up so I wasn't as a parent, as everybody. Like some people like their face out there. I don't. I just like to be able to walk and go where I want to go and say what I want to say and not have anybody get in my face about it because I'm some sort of celebrity.
No, like that idea. I totally understand. I get it. And to a certain extent, I understand. But a lot of the people I know, they're worried about being doxxed, right?
Yeah. It wasn't necessarily doxxed. I don't care about doxxed.
I John Hancock myself, all right? Like there's just no way. Like I wrote it in really big writing, and there's just no question about who I am or what I'm about or any of that. And I'm not saying that's the choice everyone else has to make. That's fine. Make your own choice, But I just said, look, I'm already a public intellectual. I have a Wikipedia page. Like there's no way I'm gonna get it. Like I'm not going to escape this. So I'm just going to embrace it.
Well, if you're that position, if you're a public figure of any sort, then I suppose that's okay. I would just rather not I just rather do my work and create my art. And if people happen to meet me, and now that's fine. But I'm not. I mean, they can even take a picture with me. I don't care. But I don't want to promote myself as like, hey, look at my face, and I'm gonna be a cheese ball on the back of a cover. If they said you have to, I'd be all right, fine. But here's some stipulations. I really don't want to be hassled. My life is mine, and I don't want anybody else. I mean, and it's like, and people's like, well, what are you doing? Why do you want to hide? That's not it. I just like being my own self. All right. I would like to be able to walk into a room and not have everybody, either fawn over me or give me a hard time because they didn't agree with whatever I wrote.
Right.
I just don't want that. I want to be able to write what I want to write. I mean, Mark Twain had his pseudonym for a reason, because he said all this kind of shit that actually got people pissed off at the time. I mean, he was, contrarian in a lot of ways, and even though he was speaking a lot of truth, and his words are remembered because he was strong, and at one point he was able to come out as who he really was. But and especially in today's day and age, you put stuff out there, and you're going to have people excoriate you because of small things, let alone something that's really controversial. And I have to admit, my book isn't going to be for some people, for overly sensitive, they might find it triggering, and I don't want to hear anybody's. I mean, if they want to come and talk to me on Twitter, I will politely say I appreciate your feedback, and we'll take that under advisement, and you have a great day. And that's about all I'm going to do. That I'm not going to argue with them. I'm not going to tell them that they're wrong. I'm just going to move along.
Yeah.
But if they ever got up in my face because they knew who I was, they went looking for me, I don't like that. I don't want to pay like a bunch of people to escort me here and there like I'm freaking Ben Shapiro. I don't want to do that. Otherwise, I would be Ben Shapiro.
So I wrote a short biography of William F. Buckley, right?
Yeah.
And he at one point talked about he wrote I want to say it was 13 novels. I could be wrong, but it was within spitting distance of that.
Uh-huh.
And he said, if I had known what how much the politics would dog the novels, I would have used a pseudonym.
Yeah, and I chose a long time ago. I mean, people who know who I am know who I am. That's fine. But I chose a long time ago if I ever publish anything, it's not going to be under my name. And of course, I'm kind of choosing a very flamboyant name, and if they know the character in the books that I talk about, he has an even longer name. It's a longer pseudonym. And if I ever do a book that's not a Little Girl Lethal book, it's just kind of set in the Lost Peaks universe, I'll actually use his full name. And it'll be under that character's name. And I want to do it for a purpose. I have a reason for it. It's not because I'm trying to be a Mary Sue. I just, I've thought this out. And if I ever write anything else, if I get with a big legacy publisher, I will put it under another pseudonym, because I don't really care unless they're looking for my name specifically. I think they can market to it. But, the older I get, I don't really give a shit. I'm just doing this for me. And if I happen to make money, well, that's fabulous. I'd love to buy myself a nice little yacht and live on it and stay out of everybody's fucking hair, and do my thing. But, I'm not that way. I'm just some suburbanite that lives and doing my day job and, staying up at late at night, tapping on a keyboard. And I'm lucky enough to be able to work with a fantastic artist to do something that's more graphic. And if we happen to figure out a way to make the brand broader in its platforms, fantastic. But again, I would never want to go to these panels where I'm torn to shreds by people and they know who I am. If they want to, you guys want to talk to me on streams and stuff, like not you per se, but people want to come and do that, that's fine. But to get me up in front of somebody, like you said, if they want to pay me 25 grand, I suppose I could think about it. But again, I don't know if it's worth the hassle. I just don't. I like living my life. And if I can make money to travel and great. That's
I get everything I get everything you're saying, but someone on the other end of that.
Well, if that's you, that's fine.
No, I understand, and I'm just telling you from me, right? Not having to hide is very valuable. That's
Well,
all I'll
sure.
say.
I understand that. It gives you a little bit of, not little, it gives you latitude in another way, as opposed to what I think anonymity gives me a latitude in another way. So in an opposite
Yeah.
direction.
No, Robert Heinlein said that a man who won't be blackmailed can't be blackmailed.
Right. I mean, and it's not that I can't be blackmailed. I just want to keep
No,
myself. I mean,
I get it. I just want
like,
it's a
like
good
I said,
it's a good
if
thing.
people want to know who I am, it's not that hard to figure out who I am. I mean, I haven't scrubbed my past so they can't find it. I mean, if they do, if say somebody like Renfamous really wanted to locate me, I'm sure she could. And then if she did, I'd be like, yeah, what do you want? I mean, talk to my lawyer. Here you go.
No, don't get me started on Infamous.
Please.
It'll go
No,
very.
this is an
ever.
open platform. I love giving an open platform. So if you want to vent your frustrations to the world and let everybody know how you feel, I don't mind.
Well, I mean,
Or
like,
if you want to keep your anonymity.
I have no problem with Renfamous currently. I mean, we had our little meeting and back and forth, and I think I came out of it all right. Again, like she's going to run herself into the ground if she doesn't watch it, because you go at somebody tooth and nail and hammer and tongs for long enough, you're going to say something wrong, and then somebody's going to come after you. I'm not going to do that. Doesn't seem like anything that I need to do, but I can see where she's headed if she's not careful. And then that goes to other people on our side too.
No, I have 7 words when it comes to Infamous. Block, 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 block.
Right. I mean, you don't want to deal with her if you're tired of her hassling you and calling you whatever invectives she has, of for the day. Just mute her or block her. Just don't deal with her.
Yeah.
Just ignore her. She wants the attention, and that's what she.
And that's the thing. Like, yeah, you can ignore them. Like, that's the thing about Twitter is I don't understand is everybody calls it a dumpster fire. It is if you let it be a dumpster fire. If you let them bait you, it will be that. And if you watch my Twitter feed, very seldom do I go at somebody. I might give a little sly something to somebody, but other than that, and that goes for any social media. I mean, if you want to avoid drama, you can, but a lot of people love it. They live on it. They feed on it, and it
That's true.
works for them. So,
yeah.
What were you
I
saying,
don't know
Mira?
why
I cut
that's
you off,
true,
buddy.
but it is. I said, I don't know why that's true, but it is. Why would anyone want to do that?
Well, I mean, let's take an example of Ethan. Ethan has kind of maximized his visibility with some of the things he's done, but in some ways it might have hurt him, but in other ways it has made his channel grow and his popularity grow because he keeps up a kind of constant stream. But I think he's pulled back. He's seen maybe he went a little far at one point. And he's not the only one. It just happens that way. I cut you off, Mira.
Like I gotta say about Ethan, it's a very small point, but today he sent out a thing to his backers and said, "Look, I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm working on it. It's coming. I apologize."
Well, I mean,
that was a long time coming, but I'm glad it came.
Well, I see a lot of people have been getting up in arms about that. I'm not one that. I'm fairly patient, dude. So, for instance, like you'll see often if you look at my timeline, I love Dale Keown's Pit. And Dale Keown was notorious for like between his issues. Sometimes it was like years between the issues to get those 20 damn issues out that he ever did of Pit. And, I was patient and I just waited and waited and waited. Yeah. And I kind of chomped at the bit a little bit with him. I mean, he hasn't the weight. I understand what he's doing. He's an intricate artist that takes a long time to do what he does. And if you look at his pages, well, if anybody looks at his pages, they'll know why it takes a long time. He's doing tons of detail. And, even so much that, the other side is kind of faulting him for it, which I thought was a little silly. But you're just like, that one splash page where like Cyberfrog's in the water and they're looking at, I guess, New York City covered in
Yeah.
the skins of the dead with all the hives and everything. And then they're like, it's way too detailed. It gives me a headache. And first of all, if that gives you a headache, you must not have a very strong brain. But secondly, he's going for an idea that it's very busy because it's covered in, hornets. And so if anybody went to the hive, I think that's kind of the vibe he was kind of going for. And then when you had the Kyle Ritter's color comes in, well, it looks fine. It looks great.
It pops, man.
Yeah.
When added the color, it just pops.
Right. And if every page is
one
like
day
that,
I hope to be as good a colorist as Kyle Ritter. That dude is freaking spot on.
That man is a freak of nature in a good way.
Yeah, he's very, very capable of what he's doing. And so
I actually had a conversation with the guy who criticizing Ethan's page, the splash page, the page that you mentioned. I actually had a pretty good discussion with the man regarding why he hated that page, and I don't know why. I seem to be the only guy on that thread that he replied to, and I actually kind of see where he's coming from. I don't agree with him, but I can understand because apparently he actually preferred something that is closer to Ethan's brother to Ethan's brother's style, Noah Van Sciver. So I looked at his art.
Noah
is a very, very good artist.
Yeah, but he's an entirely different artist.
I wish that Ethan's, prominence had led to Noah being much more popular because he's very, very good.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I saw although when I saw Noah's work, I can understand why this guy didn't like what Ethan's drawing, because I get the idea that he's probably more into the like Noah's style of drawing, I think. But yeah, I actually had a pretty good discussion with him. I was surprised that he actually replied. He replied to me, and it was and I think it was friendly, at least on my end. I don't know. Maybe he was being hateful, but I was just
not all SJWs. I hate the term. Not all of them are hostile. It's not like just because they don't agree with us on a bunch of things doesn't mean that they're inherently hostile.
No, I've talked to many of them civilly, and they don't agree with me. And as long as as long as you keep out the name calling, usually you can get along with them. If they start name calling, well, you can just say, well, I don't. We have to agree to disagree, and if they get all mad, well, then just stop talking. But I mean, most of the time, if they're polite, you can be polite.
That's a good policy, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is we see a lot of our side doing the same thing they do, only with different invective, different ad hominem. And if you start doing that, you lose the argument. First of all, when you start, even though some of our names actually have some meaning behind them, it's a name, and then you start to unperson somebody, and then we say that, well, use NPC. Well, they are NPC. How they act is like an NPC. Well, that's still that unpersons them. I mean, regardless of whether they call us a Nazi or misogynist or whatever, sexist, they're still a person, and we should treat them like a person, even if we vehemently disagree with them. There is a thing called civility, and we should, by rote and by principle, should act accordingly. We should be civil.
We should, but for some reason some of us don't have the tolerance to do that.
Well, I understand that.
Sometimes it can be hard. It can. Someone starts insulting you. You're not always thinking clearly.
And again, like that's a matter of I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus or say that anybody should act like this. I used to be on the forum boards back in the 2000s, and I was a bit of a flamethrower. I was a shit poster, and I went at people just like a lot of people do now. And at some point, I just learned that it just didn't avail me. It was a lot of energy for no reason, and it just hurt feelings. We never came to a consensus. and then it usually got modded out anyway if you started really going at it. The point I'm saying is that if you disagree with somebody, it's on you to be controlled. It's on you to. We always say this. Only the person being taking offense can take offense. If you don't take offense at their bullshit, then you'll be okay. And that's the thick skin that we always preach about. Have a thick skin. Don't be baited. Don't let them get underneath your skin. And know that where your position is strong. That if you're saying that we should tolerate people up to a point, but we should also know that diversity of thought is far more important than diversity of whatever else, because we're going to have people of different colors, different religions, who have. If you have a diversity of thought, then you can hash out what's wrong with people's ideology or whatever, or their viewpoint, or you can come to consensus. You can find common ground. And the problem is we're not finding common ground right now. We're dividing further and further and further through polemics. And I mean, a black man with a sharp mind and a keen sense of things, whether they're left or right, is still a man. All right. And it doesn't matter what the color is, or it should be that this man has a character that I can respect for these attributes, even if I disagree with them. Now, if he starts calling me, a white devil and whatever else, well, then I know that he's lost the argument, because he's fallen back on that, because I know that I have not said things to him that should be construed as insulting, because I respect him as a human being. And I'm not talking just black people. I'm talking about everybody.
Everybody.
And also, I find that.
Sorry.
No. Sorry, no. And also, I find that just being nice and polite and cordial to people, even on social media, feels really nice. At the end of the conversation, it feels good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
when you can part friends, when you can part not exactly friendly, but at least cordially. Yeah, you feel better. You don't feel like you want to go out and thrash somebody, or throw your phone against the wall because this person's such an idiot. Even if they are being kind of idiotic, if you look at them and think, okay, this could be somebody that I know, my neighbor. And if I can't, do you want a neighbor that wants to throw a Molotov at you? No. You want to find somewhere that you can live together next door.
What kind of neighbor do you have?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the type of thing. Like you want to live with your neighbors. But if you think of these people as your neighbors, as your friends and family, and treat them accordingly, treat them as you would want to be treated, half the time it works. And if it doesn't, then you just know they're filled with vitriol. They're just upset at the world, and you can have pity for them. That's the thing, is to stop being angry and have pity for people who can't figure this out. But we're not trying to tear them to pieces. We're not trying to be totalitarian. We're not trying to be.
But are we pitying the fool?
What?
Mr. T, are we pitying the fool?
Well,
essentially,
everybody
really.
should pity the fool.
Yeah.
You should pity the fool, because the fool is the fool. I mean, in the old days, they let the fool kind of run around the city, around the town, because he's the fool, and they put up with him because he couldn't help it. Now, a lot of these people probably could help it if they got the right perspective, but some people can't.
True.
But I mean, I've met so many people within this community that they're of all different stripes. They're of all different races, all different religions, all different genders, as they have them now. And they understand that everybody's an individual, and you can get along even if you don't agree. I listen to Tim Pool all the time. I do not agree with his political position very much at all, but he's a rational, reasonable person, and I could sit down and I wouldn't want to punch him in the face. All right, that's the type of people I want to look at. But if there's some guy behind a mask who's swinging a baton at me because I'm just standing there being a white guy, I don't like that. And the problem is
Well,
most of
I'm
these are
not saying
white
you're.
guys.
I'm not saying you're swinging a baton, but aren't you kind of standing behind a mask?
Me, currently,
Yeah.
like I said, you want if I mean, real quick, there you go. You can see me now.
All right. I didn't see much, but okay.
I mean, you don't really want to see me.
That's
Not very
fine.
pretty.
I'm look. I'm giving you a little bit of shit. I apologize.
Like I said, I like to be behind this. It allows me to be more vocal, and you can be out there in the public eye. That's great, but you do take a risk of certain things, and I have more latitude than others because of that. But like I said, if you want to find it, it's not like I haven't shown my face before. It's just something that like I don't have a pretty face. I'm old. I'm fat. So why the fuck do I want to be on camera?
Well, I mean,
Wait.
that's a problem for me too. So there's that.
I don't know.
Wait, Jimmy. So what you're saying is you're nothing like your avatar?
Like sugar? No, that's
Oh man,
that's my alter ego.
that's it. I quit. We're done.
I'm gone.
I only put on my vagina when I go outside. So there you go.
You walked into that one, Matt. I'm sorry. You walked into that one.
I can switch the avatar that is actually me one of these days. But yeah.
No, please stay with that avatar. It's much more pleasant.
Whiskey Paint does good work. He does. One day he came up. He sent me an email and he said, "What do you think of this? Do you like this?" I'm like, "I like this a lot." And he just did it for free, and I was like, "Okay." And I've used it ever since. I heard "Blowing a Kiss."
Wow.
Yeah, he's a gem. I found a.
I hope that's the last panel of your first book.
I think it might be the back.
Yeah,
The back.
that's what he's talking about.
Well, that's good. But I'm just saying that would actually be like a good, way of drawing it all together.
Yeah.
Right. There's a narrative, but there's some more pages put in there, and then I'll have some extra stuff in the back that won't be in any other book but the Indiegogo. And then I think that's going to be the back cover. Her blowing.
So can I ask you, beyond the Indiegogo, what do you plan?
As soon as we get, I have butterflies in my stomach about delivery, and getting it the fulfillment because I've never done this. This is something new to me entirely. So I'm going to be picking people's brains who have already done it. But as soon as I get it fulfilled and it's printed, I'm going to give Whiskey Paint like 2 weeks to just chill out on doing more stuff. And he can do like any commissions he wants or whatever, just take a vacation. And then we're going to jump right back in and start doing a ramp up for the next Indiegogo again for the next volume. And then I will put the other book, this episode, on like all the different platforms digitally, and you can get hard copies and just buy them, like one-offs, and they'll be out there, but there won't be this Indiegogo that will have the extra bells and whistles that come with it. And then we'll do another one.
Are you in talks with any publishers right now?
No, until I get it out and I have a product in hand to show people, I am not talking to anybody. I want a viable product that I prove that I can do it without them. So I have a position of power.
Yeah.
I want to if I go into any negotiations, I want to say, look, I don't really need you. I appreciate.
I wouldn't necessarily use those words.
Well, no, that's the position that you come in, with your seat higher than theirs. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is I wouldn't actually say those words.
Like tonight, I said, so Peter Stemetti, right? Alterna. He's having some problems with a couple of his different, series.
Sure, yeah.
And I've been working on a comic with Doug Curtis. He's an artist. He's very good. And we're basically done with like what I consider to be a one shot that could have follow-ups.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said something to Peter and I said, look, I know you have, some issues here. We could do a drop in on any given month. And, what do you think? I'm not saying that's what you should do, but
with somebody like Peter Stemetti, I'm talking with other more capricious entities that would try to take all that they could. Peter's not like that. All right.
No, he's not.
Peter's,
he's like, I will take 20%. You get 80%.
Right. And with Peter,
what's the point even of negotiating at that point?
Right. Well, the thing is, with Peter, he's a different sort. He's an old school kind of James Stewart he's that kind of guy. That's how he seems to be. He's a throwback to a handshake sort of fella.
Yeah.
I'm talking about other people where it's serious negotiation. I want to go into something with that my property has value. I know it has value, and you're not going to rake me over the coals. Yeah. And even if you try to, I can just say, look, I'm just going to go back and do my thing, and we're going to work and build our brand. And if you don't like that, well, then you've lost out. With somebody like Peter Samedi, if I were going to do like a one shot that would be more for his brand, I don't think my book is something that would be great for Alterna. I don't think they have an adult line, or
they kind of actually they do. Like it's they want to do some all ages stuff, but they actually have a lot of their stuff is actually slightly more geared to the adult market, or like the teenage to adult market.
Okay, well, mine's adults, all right. So I mean, I have to keep that in mind. If he's willing to do that, I wouldn't mind doing like a newsprint version of the book. I really wouldn't, but again, that would have to be predicated on whether or not he was willing to publish something like mine, like our book. But I mean, I'd love to do I know he's done like graphic novels, maybe do a trade through his if he was willing to do that wasn't newsprint.
He's done some really good trades too.
Yeah. So that's the type of thing I'd think about with him, because Peter's a good man. I would be willing, be very happy to add to his empire, as it were. But there are other people like, I don't have a problem with like Anarchy Press. A lot of people do. They still hold this animosity because of Jawbreakers.
No, I agree with you. Like it's stupid. Get over it.
Right. Any press that's willing to put out diametrically opposed things like Black Barack and My Hero Macadamia, then they're all right people. I'm okay with them. And again, those are political books, and they do other things. And I know people hold animosity for Brian Ball and Rags for some reason, because they think they're whiners or whatever. I think they're great people. I don't hold any animosity towards anyone.
Like, I weirdly think they're both great people and whiners. I don't know how to reconcile those two.
Well, a lot of people say that, and they say that Brian and team have disaffected themselves, and I can see it from both sides of the coin.
No, I'll buy their product. I'm just saying, I think that it's a little both.
And again, that's your right to have your opinion. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, with that. No, I understand that I'm completely unreasonable on this.
Well, that's okay. All I know is that the book they put out and my interactions with Brian as a man have been nothing but admirable and honorable. But maybe you haven't had that. I've always approached him with respect because of.
No, I haven't had that, and it's been mixed.
So what I'm saying is, like, I know a lot of people have problems with him, but I don't. And, he's always conducted himself as an officer and a gentleman. So I'm okay.
No, I respect the hell out of him, regardless.
And that book that they're putting together, I'm telling you, when they're done with it and it's in a trade, people are going to be impressed with what actually is in the narrative, not just, some naked girl running around chased by zombies. There's a lot. It's so much deeper than that.
I think you just convinced me to buy the trade.
Mm-hmm. You should buy the floppies. They're damn good.
No. I actually think I get what you're saying. Like the cumulative thing is going to be amazing. So right. I want to see that.
Well, yeah. I mean, and he's fully open to if you I mean, they do the censored version and they do the uncensored version, and the uncensored version is through the Patreon. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah. No, I actually I'm backing out of Patreon because reasons.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying that's the only way currently you can get those the uncensored if you like the TNA. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you can't.
I don't like the TNA thing. It's like Playboy, right? What's the point? What's the point?
That's actually metaphorical in the story itself as to why it represents something. So it's not just a naked girl running around. Everything has a point, and it's
A girl who
surprisingly
can't
so.
fight her pants.
Yeah, that also has a point too. Everything that seems silly and has a joke. There's a point to it.
No, I'm totally willing to, find the totality of this in a trade paperback and read through it. I get it, and I actually think what you're advocating here is wise.
Okay, I mean, like I said, everybody who has a problem with the team, I think, should take a step back and see the art for the art's sake.
Yeah.
And because it's not just TNA, just like my book, I'm hooking people with the sexy girl, all right? But
Yeah.
it is going to be far more than just that. And as you see, if I can get the full saga out, which is going to be years in the making, it's going to have a lot more depth, a lot more characters. It's going to go all. Each arc will have its own merit to it. And as the arc, and then that makes overarching arc.
How long is this all told?
Probably 300 plus pages.
Okay.
So
I'd be on board for that.
Well, the thing is like I have to work with how fast he can put together pages.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, like, I get it. Like, that's not an unreasonable number of pages for me.
No, I mean, and I bought full-on omnibuses, which are easily that or more, and I'm glad to pay for them when they come out. But I mean,
like Cerebus, what are those like for one of those?
Some of those are 600 pages when he gets all of them compiled together. He did it forever, for crying out loud.
Oh yeah. I interviewed him once. He's look, I don't know about him lately. This was before he converted to Islam and whatever. But I really like Dave Sim.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their own thing, and he's a kind of a contrarian in many ways, and he has his own
massively
outlook. But he, I don't think he's a horrible person. I just think he has controversial ways of looking at things, and a lot of people can't reconcile that. And that's half the problem with our society. Unless he's like some sort of pedophile cannibal or some shit. I think you should be able.
Good combo.
I mean.
No, so Brian Doherty was one of the I guess it was last year. He was one of the judges for the Eisner Awards, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Several years ago now.
What are you showing?
What?
Sorry. He was showing a piece of artwork.
Good.
No.
Okay, go on.
Go ahead, show it.
This is just the cover that I'm working on. Just laying out a cover.
Move it over a little bit.
Yeah, keep going. I absolutely want to see this.
Nice.
Shadow Gaiden.
Yeah.
Talk to me about this.
Yeah, I got a fellow ninja up in the stream with me. Got to keep it real.
You were saying about the Eisners. Jeremy, you were saying about the Eisners?
Yeah, no. So Brian Doherty, who was I guess it was last year, he was one of the judges for the Eisners.
Yeah.
Several years ago, when I was an editor at the American Spectator, he wanted to do a piece on Cerebus number 300.
Sure.
Right. Okay. And I said, sure, go ahead, write it. And I didn't realize he was going to write 3,000 words, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that number of words, but my boss did.
Yeah, that's a long call.
No, it's a long article. And at the time, we only had one cover page a day, meaning that there's one cover story that got art, and the rest of them didn't, right? And so I sent it to my editor, who was my boss, who very Polish, nice guy. His name is Władysław Plaszyński. And I waited a while, and then I walked into his office, and he goes, this piece by Brian Doherty. It's 3,000 words long. And I said, yeah. And he goes, and it's about a comic book. And I said, yeah.
Yeah.
And he goes, but you want to make it the cover story? And I said, well, yeah, I kind of do. Can we do that? And we did. It was a good piece, and it worked. And so I don't know. I've always remembered that about Cerebus.
Well, I mean,
Hey.
Dave Sim is he's something you could mine a lot about because he's been quite the career and quite the controversy, and so
yeah.
I'm sure
I
not
actually
surprised
don't know if he still says I'm Muslim. I don't know that.
I don't know.
You
Ask Ethan. Ethan's getting him to write something for him, so I would assume Ethan would know.
Yeah, no, I guess I could contact Ethan, but he doesn't. Ethan doesn't respond to me as readily as he might.
Ethan doesn't respond to anybody readily, but that's fine. unless he knows them like they're his buddies.
Cool. No, I should talk to Zach and be like, dude, can you talk to Ethan about this?
I'm talking to Zach's pretty tough too now.
No, I don't actually have a problem talking to Zach because I know the secret. He doesn't like a lot of words.
Yeah, he likes a blurb, and he'll read.
No, like you could send him like 25 words or something, like 50, whatever. It's like not a long. As long as you keep it short, he's like fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep it short to the point. That's
no, like yeah, it's like in the military. Like hurry up and get to the point.
Get to the point, right?
Yeah. No, I look.
Richard
is a good guy.
You gotta remember, Zach is a military
so much more
man.
than most of these other people in Comicsgate,
Yeah.
Like, because I know I can send him an email and just say, "What about X?" And as long as it's short, he will answer me, and he's not gonna lie, or he's not gonna pussyfoot. He's just gonna tell me the truth.
Sorry, I was looking at something. Somebody sent me something.
It's okay.
I am listening. So just
no, Richard is like absurdly honest.
Yeah. That's
what it's actually one of the so all right. I wrote a book called In Defense of Hypocrisy several years ago. You can look it up on Amazon.
Okay.
And it actually talks about some of the advantages of this. He doesn't get any of the advantages because he's so absurdly honest.
Yeah. He's very forthright, and I've noticed that he's extremely genuine. I think that's why he's done so well with a certain set of people. Is because he doesn't come off as like anything other than what he is.
The other thing is, if you look at the numbers right now, like Ethan is like hovering around 80,000. Mm-hmm. Trying to maintain that, trying to build on that.
Yeah.
Like, that's good. I'm not saying those are bad numbers. But, Zach is going to be at 100,000, tomorrow.
Yeah, he's going to keep moving up.
And he's done that by, like taking himself out of a lot of the action. Like, he's like, I don't want the drama. I don't want the Twitter. I don't want any of this shit. I just wanted to talk about comics.
Well, I like that recent video he had where he was very impassioned. I mean, it really was one of the best he's ever done, and it was a long video, which is
that's just want to talk about comics.
Yeah, I mean, but when he talks about stuff, I like what he says. He's also very good with his language. He's pretty sharp on the ball. He doesn't do a hem and haw, and he does have these little idiosyncrasies that make him kind of interesting to watch.
His taste in movies sucks.
Oh my gosh, does it? I mean, I think almost everybody I know agrees with the fact that Zach's taste in movies and television is all in his mouth,
Well, in his defense, his taste in movies is similar to mine, so
that's all right. You can have that taste
just because of that, I'm willing to accept that your taste in movies is suboptimal, but okay.
Yeah, that's just like it's okay.
Yeah,
You
we're
can have
not coming
bad
to your
taste
house
tonight. I'm
for
like,
movie night.
yeah,
No.
like if you come to, if
The
I
other
come to
thing
your
is that,
house and
like,
we have
a lot, some of us, I would do this. I would have a bad movie night at my house, right?
Yeah.
You know, where I'm like, oh, this is awful, but let's watch it, right?
Right.
I mean, like Zach is the type of guy that, like, I always use this example, like Dredd and Judge Dredd, and you put those two films,
Yeah.
and we're gonna watch one of them. He'd be like, "Let's watch Judge Dredd," and I'd be like, "What are you talking
What
about?"
is wrong with you?
I was really surprised when Zach mentioned that he liked Arrow, and I was like, I thought I was the only one.
No, Arrow isn't too bad. The first few seasons really good, actually, but
Yeah, they were.
but
Or like he took up for Gotham. He's like, this is a great show. I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. You're wrong.
I can take
Well,
Gotham
you don't
away. I
understand
don't
that Gotham takes place before the bat arrives.
Yeah, and I
That's
kind of
what a
like
lot of
the
people fail to
anachronism
realize.
of Gotham. It's like it's a mix of time periods. I kind of like that.
Right.
But again,
So
like,
weirdly, I do agree with Zach that if Iron Sights was made into a movie and done competently, it would be good.
yeah, it's not a bad story at all. But I don't want
Not
people
a bad
getting off.
story.
I don't want people getting off. This is the the worst comic in years. I'm like, what are you talking about?
No, it was a good comic, and it would actually make a good movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, compared to like, if you compiled all of well, let's go with the worst, America all together in one,
Oh, God.
trade.
Wait,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry. I apologize for this religious thing. Right, go ahead.
I mean, and put that against Ironsides. I'd change Ironsides every day,
Oh,
every
that's
day.
Yeah.
lovely.
I mean, again, and
Oh.
that's just one of Marvel's many runs lately. They're just,
Yeah.
Do you guys want to hear something amazing?
Yeah, what?
So I wrote to Richard, and I said, I have an idea for a sequel, right, to Iron Sights. And then he started, I will not divulge any details because I think that'd be wrong. And he's like, well, I actually have an idea, and here's what it is. And I go, oh, that's so much better with what I thought. So continue on, sir.
no, I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, and I wouldn't mind an Ironsides 2 or just another story with the same characters. With a
I actually
name.
know what it's going to be called, and I think it'd be wrong to tell you what it's called.
Keep it under wraps until he
Yeah.
releases.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. But it's going to be amazing.
Well, that's cool, and I hope he does it. Whenever I hear like he's like getting burned out and stuff, I'm like, dude, just take a step back, take a month off, and decompress and come back at it because I enjoyed that novel. I mean I enjoyed Ironsides, and if Jawbreakers is in the same realm, I'll enjoy that as well. It's not it's not Sin City for me, but it's pretty damn good. I liked it.
No, well, my problem is that when I get to Jawbreakers, I'm not going to enjoy it as much as Ironsides.
Yeah, well, and that may be because Ironsides was kind of like my thing. I like gritty stories. I think the Jawbreakers is a little bit more in the sense,
I think I might enjoy it, but I know I'm not. Well, I'm not going to enjoy it as much as Ironsides.
Yeah, I mean, and the same thing goes
You
with.
got to remember, Jawbreakers is a superhero story. So.
What was that? You were a little bit muffled for me, bud.
No, I said you got to remember that Jawbreakers is a superhero story. So it's not going to be on the same. It's not going to be in the same aesthetic as.
No, I get it. That's fair. That's totally fair.
If it's any better, I mean, if it's even half as good as half as what am I saying here? If it's much better than the first Jawbreakers, I'll be okay. It's
No, but to pick up on what you're saying, if it's half as good as Ironsides, it'll be good. Yeah,
I mean, Jawbreakers, the first one, well, it was what it was. It had the bones of a fairly good story. Just its execution was lacking.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to happen because he's got good talent on art, and I think he did hit up people to maybe punch up the script. He's put in a little sex appeal with Zaxi. I think that's going to make the book much better than the first Jawbreakers book, and hopefully that continues as a trend. I think Zach is pretty good with coming up with conceptual things. His writing, I'm not completely convinced of as of yet, but
I think it's improving though. Like I think he's learning.
Yeah, And that's a good thing. If you don't continue to learn, I mean, I don't think I know everything by any stretch of the imagination, even at close to 50 and reading thousands of novels and watching thousands of television shows and movies. And reading scripts and of all different types and reading all types of literature. I do not think that I know everything, and every day I learn something new. So that's just a part of being a good writer and probably a good artist or creative of any sort. So I hope I'm good. Let's put it that way. I think I am, like that little train.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Well, you know, it's coming. And then when people, I mean, if you like the pages, those are my ideas. If you look on the thing and you see the pages and they look interesting, all those are my ideas and and translated from my prose. So, you know, and then I will be adding dialogue and so forth on top. And hopefully that's the icing on the cake that has already been made.
So I apologize. I was just saying, what are the artists I'm working with just sent me a bunch of pages. Oh my God, they're going to be good.
Can you share?
No.
I think it would be a bad idea at this point to share them, but I'm really tempted to because they're good. So I'm working with like a bunch of artists, some in the U.S., some in the rest of the world. This is a Brazilian artist, and this is good.
Cool.
I've also got like a comic almost totally done with an artist named Doug Curtis, and he lives in this country. And I'm trying to convince Peter Simeti at Alterna to treat this as a one-off and see what we can do.
Does he do one-offs very often? I haven't noticed.
He does once in a while. He did a couple last year. He talked about how he wanted to do more of them. And I'm like, this is an all-ages thing. I know, like, the problem I'm having with Peter is that there's he has not gotten to a lot of the submissions lately because he's been so busy. And
I think he needs to get more of a staff. I know that he likes his little kind of small operation, but I think he's going to have to broaden out because he's gotten himself a clientele now that he should do that. And if you had somebody that could, you know, editorially go through a slush pile, that would be nice, you know, and then clean the best stuff and say, look, let's look at this and see if we can do it.
Yeah. No, so I actually sent him a thing tonight where I said, look, I know you're saying, according to your submission guidelines, you only want to see 8 pages. I have 16 pages done. I've got 4 pages that I could do very easily. That's your minimum. I have a cover. You know, please tell me if you're willing to look at this whole thing. So we'll see.
No, that'd be nice if you get put through the Alterna. That'd be cool. And then, you know, it's always nice to have like something. And I like this idea that he's brought back the newsprint. I mean, there's something fun about it. First of all, it has that smell of newsprint. I love that. And you know, it harkens back to my, you know, as a kid.
Yo, I like that. Pete's doing that. He's putting that silly putty in there, so you can do that like we used to do when the
Hell
kids.
yeah!
Take your silly putty and put it on the fucking paper. Yo, you guys remember doing that shit with the newspaper?
Yeah.
Or even comics sometimes.
Yeah.
Go down to the 5 and dime by my grandparents'
I can't argue with this. You're right.
You're right.
I remember going to, like, my grandparents lived out in the west desert of Utah, a place called Delta, and it's basically just alfalfa farms and rock hunters, you know. But they had this 5 and dime. You'd walk down the street over the overpass. They went over the train tracks and come to the 5 and dime, and there would always be comic books on these spinner racks, and they'd have all these little doodads and things like silly putty and super balls and shit. And we'd always do that. We'd sit down, like this cousin of mine that lived there, we'd sit down on the sidewalk there, and they'd have the old men would always sit in these chairs out front. And then there was like a soda jerk. I mean, this is it was like a throwback in time because they still had this stuff in the town. And you sit there and you get your soda and you sit there and put the stuff on there and then you stretch out. Do you guys remember doing that? Stretching out the image and making it look goofy?
Yep.
It was something that, and
Yeah,
it's a simpler time, and then you're fucking around with like a yo-yo or whatever at the same time.
exactly.
And now, kids want the Game Boy and shit, whatever. The Twitch, whatever they call them now, the Switch.
Yeah,
Switch.
Which
the Switch.
I'm actually thinking
Twitch is a
about
streaming
how,
platform.
Sorry, Twitch is a streaming platform. I know. They have a bunch
Guys,
of
I apologize for this,
It's all
but
right.
it's 1 a.m. my time. I need to sleep. I'm gonna go. You're great, and I'll do this again sometime.
All right, man. I hope well, I hope we got along just fine.
Yeah, you guys are great. I have no problem. It's 1 a.m. I want to sleep.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Go get some rest and
Alright.
show us your book sometime when you can. All right,
Well.
let's see some pages.
Okay.
All right, brother.
All right, we will
Alright.
catch you later, bro.
What is this thing we're looking at?
What is that?
What is that?
What
are you
is
doing
that?
there, Ninja? Some crazy
Well,
business.
what am I drawing?
Yeah.
All right, I'm drawing a giant mutant that is fighting Psychotron. Let me see if I can focus this image in here good. This is a
Okay.
comic that I'm working on. I'm just doing something silly for shits and giggles with the main character of a comic I'm working on with Doug Garrett. It's called Psychotron, about a cyborg super soldier from World War III. This takes place in a dystopian future, and Psychotron here is in a constant struggle to stay operational because he has been decommissioned, and he's living the life of a mercenary. Yeah. So at any moment, if he don't have the funding to keep himself going, he is done. So he's constantly struggling to keep legs on himself and get new battery packs and whatnot. So it's going to be a really fun story. It's going to be kind of...
Why is he popping a cap in this mutant? Just because the mutant's bad? It's bad.
It's a threat. More like it's kind of like
Orange Mutant bad.
Yeah, Orange Mutant bad. Yeah, real now. I'm going to make these mutants orange.
Personally, I thought it was a job that he had taken on.
Pretty much just.
Who's a Brie makeup? Who's a Brie? Somebody jumped in for a second and left.
I know.
That was weird. All right.
Very.
It was like a Brie makeup.
People from the chats somewhere.
Did you put out? Did you put it out the link?
I
just
put it out in like it's in multiple chats that I'm in. I've got one from the Cross Comics chat, the Great Lakes Revengers. Skinny's in here.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going
Skinny,
on?
how you doing, bro?
We just flapping gums right now.
Yeah, we are. We're just shooting the shit, hamming it up. I was having too much fun after Sporkman stream. I got all kinds of pumped because I got my computer running good, and I was like, oh man, I can't sleep. I want to draw on the program I just got up, and I figured, fuck it, shoot a video, fluff my content, hang out with cool people. It's like, more than two birds with one stone.
Well, I got a good book from Blake Northcott, that North Valley Grimoire. It's 409 pages of text and pictures. She put a bunch of illustrations in it too, not only the covers and the back cover, but apparently some people got upset with her because it has a girl in a short skirt on the back, and I was really upset about a girl in a short skirt. That was terrible.
Yeah, we are very conservative over here. We don't like to have that sort of thing. We don't do fucking that kind of stuff over here. We're not like that.
It's terrible. cannot believe anybody would put a pretty schoolgirl in a short skirt, and you know that's just who would do such a thing?
Well, let's see. You got time? We can go through a list.
What was that? What was that?
If you got the time, we can go through the list.
Nah, that's what I'm so surprised that some people got.
And most of these things will be Japanese.
Yeah, that's I've drawn my young lady from manga, so I know that that's it.
That's the point. That's what I'm saying.
See,
You're a man of taste.
Yeah, Muir, are you artist too, Muir?
Yes, I guess
Yes.
I am.
Yes, you are. Well, you either are or you aren't. I mean, do you draw? Do you paint? What do you do?
I draw, yeah.
So
Yeah,
what do you like to draw?
actually has a comic.
What
He's got a comic out on Tapas, right?
Yeah.
Have you showed us your comic? Have you put it out there for us?
You can find it online actually for free. It's on Tapas. Let me, if I can wait. Let me get the link for you guys.
I always think it's funny that Tapas is the name Tapas, and then they have all that man boy love or that man on man porn on there. I just think it's funny that the name is Tapas.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
it's funny, but it's I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it, but it's
like their top 20, like 15 of them are like, you know, guy porn.
Right.
Okay. All right. Whatever. So, can we look at some of your stuff? Are we allowed?
You want me to try and bring it up, or you want to?
I can't. I'm on a phone,
Are you on?
so
Oh, you're on the phone. Yeah, sure. I can do a screen share. Wait, let me go to. Where is the damn button on this thing?
I'd help you, but I'm not there.
Calm down.
Plus,
relax.
Yeah.
I'm boomerish. Even though I'm a Gen Xer.
Optimus Deadpool asks, Mior, are you the token minority in the stream?
I'm not sure.
He's the international. No, he's
the international. He's the international minority.
First of all, define minority. That's all I need to know. Define minority.
Can you guys see it on screen?
Yeah.
Minority.
Yeah, you're a good artist, dude.
Okay.
That's pretty good stuff, man.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but it's obviously influenced a lot by anime and manga since I'm all the way here in Malaysia, and that's the stuff that we get more easily here is because manga is a lot cheaper for us Malaysian than American comics. Like we can get a manga for ringgit.
It's cheaper here too. Strangely enough, you can get a lot more manga than you can. You can get a full-on volume for a reasonable price, whereas you buy like a trade paperback, it's going to cost you $40 sometimes, which is ridiculous.
Depending on where you get it, right?
Yeah. So yeah, we get you. I understand. And manga's good stuff, man. There's great stories there. I mean, there's a reason. I wish I'm because I'm Occidental. I wish they'd just flip how you read it so you could read it how we read it, because I hate reading backwards. It drives me nuts. It drives me crazy.
That's one of the things you have to get used to. That's all.
Yeah, I can do it. It annoys me because I have to I read right to left. I read left to right, but you have to flip right to left, and it's just. I wish that they just take the time and flip everything around. It wouldn't be such a big deal. Just do it for the American market. God damn it. Because we still have miles and shit. So come on, we're not even on a metric system. Just do it for us.
Well, the thing is, the American market wants authenticity. So
yeah, I guess
flipping it around would not make it authentic.
You could do it. You could do both versions and see what comes up. And
You
I
could,
bet you people would be
but
like,
the
"Hey,
thing
I like
is,
this. It reads properly."
yeah, but the thing is, the more authentic version will sell more than the edited version for the American people.
I guess for the Uber weebs, sure, but there are a lot of normies out there who wouldn't give a fuck. In fact, they probably like it better.
Yeah, although for me though, the main gripe, the main gripe that I have with a lot of people who read manga is that they mostly only read the shonen stuff, you know, the young adult manga, you know, stuff like
beyond that.
yeah, you know, stuff like Dragon Ball, Naruto,
Right.
One Piece, you know, and I'm like, you know, manga have way more range. Like, have you guys read Vagabond by the guy who did Slam Dunk?
I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar.
Wait, excuse me. I have to answer calls.
Oh, he hit a call. He had to drop.
No, but
Well, I'm not saying if you
there's
like it that
there's
way,
more titles
it's
out there
okay.
than
I have learned how to read it. I do pick up manga, but you know, it's just I read everything else the other way, and it drives me bananas when I have to sometimes I'll be reading and then I'll fall asleep and then the book will flip over and I'll be having to find the pages, and it's just harder to find the pages the other direction for me. And you know,
Sorry,
back. You took your phone call.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Someone called. No, actually, I was saying that about Vagabond. It's drawn by the same guy who did Slam Dunk, and it's amazing. It's the story about the life of Miyamoto Musashi, the guy. Have you guys? Yeah. He's the legendary swordsman. He was a legend in his own time, and it's very good. And the art in Vagabond is just God, man. I like this one episode where he was fighting against like 70 swordsmen, and the artist drew entirely in brush, and he made it very blurry to kind of like give the impression that Miyamoto is kind of, his visions are blurry. He's been fighting for 70 guys non-stop, and it's amazing. I highly recommend Vagabond. And what else? I also recommend.
I'll have to go get that because I've collected like the Musashi movies, and I read the Book of the Five Rings, and like, so that'd be cool. I'll go look that up.
Yeah, for real though, the first time I was ever introduced to Musashi was from Samurai Resurrection. You guys ever know that movie?
I love that,
that's my favorite. That's one of my favorites. And also, I think he's in the Ninja Scroll series, or Ninja Reincarnation, I believe is another one that's.
And also another title that I would recommend to you guys is Humunculus, and it's really amazing. It's about this homeless guy who had a hole drilled through his skull, and what happened is that it actually gave him the ability to kind of like look into a person's soul, and it's amazing. Like, he would see a woman, and he would see that the area around her groin is like a safe. You know, one of those safe with the and then he found out that that woman is very like peculiar about her chastity and stuff like that. Or he see this person who turns into clay, and his face is changing, and he found out that this person lies. He's a hypocrite. He's always like wearing different masks. It's really amazing. It explores like a lot of like human psyche and shit like that, and he kind of goes around trying to use his power to help people, but it doesn't always turn out great, because he found out that some people just can't be helped, and it's amazing. It's another title that I highly recommend. And again, the art, man, is just
yeah.
So that's a homunculus.
Homunculus. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to forget that title. Not after watching Full Metal Alchemist for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing that the one of the things that I always say to people is that people only know shonen manga, but they don't read seinen manga. Even some shoujo manga is actually really great. Even the woman manga, some of them are like genuine good, you know, to see
Do you
things
like
Even
from.
though,
Do you like that
even
cooking
though
manga
showgirl is
they
for,
do?
for girls,
What was that?
I say even though shoujo is for girls, there's some pretty interesting stories to be found in them.
Yeah, they do right stuff. And what I like about manga is that how they have the kind of their farm league. You ever notice that they have people
Yeah,
are encouraged to do fan art and to do stories
yeah,
and then to sell like in their trade shows and stuff. And then people
Dojo.
oh
find
yeah,
they'll find these really good artists and writers, and then they'll promote them up because of the merit that they do. And I'm just like,
right.
that's brilliant. I mean, why can't we incorporate that in at least into our
Mm,
set? I think that's one of the things that we should do. And that so when
yeah,
with Little Girl Lethal, I once we get it out there and I get some fans, and I'm going to say, look, you can, Lost Peaks is a place for everybody to create. So have at it. And if I like what you do, maybe, I will incorporate your stories and, give you some money to,
right.
for your story and put it in one of my books. I hope that happens. And that's, something looking forward
Fact,
in the years
in
to
fact,
come.
in fact, some of the more well-known manga artists that are popular today started out drawing porn. I'm not
Yeah,
joking.
I mean
Mhm.
that's fine. Like there's a lot of great porn artists out there. I mean, if you go out and look around, I mean, there's some really crap ones too, but there's some ones that are like they know their anatomy perfectly.
Well,
They know how story sequences are quite well crafted. They are very graphic for what they're doing, but it's amazing. And sometimes I wonder because they all have pseudonyms. Nobody really uses their real name.
yeah,
If they're actually people that actually work in the industry, because some of them are really damn good. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. In fact, the one manga artist that surprised me when I found out he used to draw porn is is have you guys read Yotsuba and Azumanga Daioh?
I
mm,
am not familiar.
Yeah, it's a very innocent story for everyone. It's a very fun slice of life comic, and
no,
yeah, it's for everyone. And then when I found out that this guy used to do porn, I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, holy shit! How did he went from porn to this very vanilla and very
right.
friendly?
Well, the Japanese don't hold porn as big an kind
It's
of a
not
taboo.
it's not a taboo. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Whereas, I mean, it's less taboo there than it is here in the West, and and obviously, in some Muslim countries, it's completely taboo.
Oh
So,
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I mean here in Malaysia we can't access porn sites because it's
right.
blocked. I mean if I try to access Pornhub, it will lead me to a government page with like something like this is against
mm,
this law, and I'm like mother, like ah.
yeah,
It's that's the way it is. I mean, I hear China is pretty similar in that aspect too. So, I mean, uh, and again, like there's some porn out there. I think that it's fairly disturbing for me. Just and then the Japanese man, there's a reason why they actually have such fetishy porn. It's strangely
mm,
enough, it goes back to it actually goes back to the era when they were trying to conform to a British style life. They wanted to become
yeah,
like the British. They wanted to form their empire as the British did because the British were the world hegemon at the time. So the British were during the Victorian age. So before they started doing that, they often did very graphic, pornographic, and erotic depictions before that, all through their history. If you see some of those wood cuttings and some of those lithographs that they did, this is ridiculously graphic. Well, all that stuff went away. And so they came up with this kind of law where, and all of the pixelization that we see now as an outgrowth of that they couldn't show any penetration and you couldn't show any
yeah,
pubic hair because that was that. But you could show breasts and you could show the
yeah,
rear end, but you couldn't show. But strangely enough, you could show the anus, but you couldn't show the vagina or the penis.
right,
But you could
right,
show the vagina if the vagina was prepubescent. So that became a thing. And then covering up with panties was okay, so you could actually see the outline of it. But you couldn't show any penetration. And you couldn't show any but that
Right.
so you get this panty fetish thing growing up, and so over time, all these fetishes that are now pretty prevalent in the the Japanese culture have grown up in their porn, and it's only been in the last few years that they actually allow penetration, but it's become
Yeah.
so ingrained in the Japanese erotic view of things that that sort of thing is almost kind of how they get embarrassed about it. It's kind of a weird thing, but
Yeah.
a lot of young girls go and do porn just as a thing. It's like a thing they do just for fun as a lark, or it's for some extra money. And in the
Yeah.
world, in the entire world, it's like something I can't remember at the time they did this documentary that I saw. It was like there was $16 billion of worldwide done with porn. Like that was the industry,
Yeah.
and 8 billion of it was done in Japan. They really love
Oh,
their
yeah.
porn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
the thing is, in Japan, it's viewed as art. That's
Yeah.
that's the thing.
And well, they're
Nothing to
weird,
be-
they show like pre-worn panties and like
Yeah, you get stuff like that, but the thing is, it's not about just that one particular part of it. It's like, what's the overall story mean? That's the way they want you to look at it. What's the whole thing mean?
yeah.
and,
It's
and the funny thing is, and the funniest thing is, I've always found the Japanese to be this odd, odd dualities, so to speak, where on the one hand they're very open with their fetish, not necessarily open, but they have all these weird fetishes and stuff. But at the same time, they're also very private, to the point that if you guys notice why a lot of manga have like weird names like L and Light and Naruto and Sasuke, the reason being that all of those are not real names is because they are so worried about privacy that they're worried that if they give this character an actual name and the name is similar to someone real, that
Right.
someone might get into trouble. So they create all
That's true.
names. Like Goku, for example, is actually food. Gohan is rice. Vegeta is
what's Goku? What is that?
Goku is like, oh no, sorry, Goku is not food. No, Goku is actually the Japanese saying of the name Wukong, because Dragon Ball was actually Akira Toriyama's version of Journey to the West. So Goku is the Japanese version of the name Wukong, of the Monkey King.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So the kanji for Wukong in Japanese is Goku. So Goku is not food. Sorry. That was my mistake.
The Monkey King Son Wukong.
Yeah. It's Son Wukong. That's why his name is Son Goku. Is the name of the Monkey King in Japanese. But his son, Son Gohan literally means rice. So he named his son Rice. Vegeta is vegetable. Bulma is those short pants that the Japanese girls wear when they go the Bulma shorts. Yeah. That's the name. The name is literally those fucking pants that girls wear. Yeah. And I find it fascinating how they're so worried about people's privacy that they will go to that far to create all this weird name.
Listen to that train coming from Ninja.
Beautiful. Yeah, I know. Sorry, Bo.
I didn't know. See, there's a lot of things about Japanese culture that when I went there with my cousin worked there. He worked for Mitsubishi. I got to stay with him, so I got free rent, which is, free accommodations. I realized when I was there that I would never, if I lived there the rest of my life, I would never understand everything. I would just be this outsider forever.
No.
Because there's so much protocol to everything that's built into the culture, and they're very, now they're fairly tolerant of the foreigner, because the foreigner is foreign, and so they give you a lot of
click.
They give you a lot of leeway.
What?
They'll give you a lot of leeway.
That's what I'm saying. They give you a lot of leeway. for making mistakes because you're foreign. So, but at the same time,
Right.
they are very insular. They're very xenophobic in some way, but not ridiculously so.
No.
But the very things like the saying of you, like you are. Um, they have you for baby, like a baby, a newborn. They have a you all the way up to uh, like the emperor, and like all the way in between, all these different levels, and how to use that particular thing. And I just, for me, that was just like baffling. I tried to say their words, and I just butchered their language. I couldn't say it very well, and they'd laugh and smile. They wouldn't laugh really hard, but they'd just smile and like and dumb American,
They
dumb
found
guy
you
shit.
entertaining.
Yeah,
no,
but they do like the fact that you try. That's really cool.
Yeah.
and also the reason why usually foreigners have outsiders have a hard time trying to understand any Asian culture is because and this is, it's not just the Japanese. I think this is just Asian in general, is that we have this culture of not being too open or too honest about things, because saying exactly what is on your mind is usually viewed as being rude.
Yeah.
You always kind of got to have to kind of pussyfoot around it, kind of have to kind of have to sugarcoat what you're saying, and and I think that's one of the reasons why it can be difficult for foreigners to try to understand completely Asian culture, because we can get pretty guarded at times. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, they were very nice. Like Japanese girls like Americans. Like they really like them.
Well,
But there's a whole way of doing things there that is I have a hard time understanding because it's not my culture. And
right.
I feel like a bull in a china shop when I was there. Very much more so than say Europe. Europe is much easier for me to navigate. Maybe it's just that there's a lot of Caucasians there or something. I don't know, or it's just a cultural thing that's a holdover from the old world that has made it to the new world. But when I was in Japan, although I was having a good time and I was really enjoying the culture, I felt like I was always just like I was making mistakes just by the very fact of me breathing wrong. That's what it felt like. And I know I wasn't, but I mean, the funny thing was, like, the girls would always do this little laughter, like they'd cover their mouth and they do this little laugh as when you did something stupid, and they weren't like saying "you stupid American." It was just like, "Oh, did you watch what he just did? Oh, that's so cute." He's a gaijin. He's a goofy gaijin, big galumphing fat gaijin. and they were very nice, and then they like, you've asked them a question, and Americans are very direct, and then, like you said, that you have to kind of you can ask each other questions, or they approach each other. We would just kind of ask, like, we're looking for such and such, and they tell us very politely. And I think that it's just they've come to accept that Americans are just going to be that way. But then I would see that when Jake Paul went over there, or whatever the fuck his name is, I think I mentioned this before with you, Muir. I was unbelievably mortified for my country. I could not believe it. It made me so embarrassed to see him do that shit. Oh.
What's wrong with that guy?
Seriously.
Yeah,
like, what the this is not your country, dude. You do not act like such a dumb shit, and then put it on the internet, and then it's just unbelievably embarrassing as American to see an American act so stupid.
Not even talking about going to another person's country. I mean, like here in Malaysia, even going to another person's village, we'll be like, okay, be careful. This is not our kampong. This is not our village. So watch yourself, okay? Right. I'm not even talking about country. Just going to a different village. We're like, okay, let's observe how they do things here. Like, I'm like, what the hell, man?
Well, of course. I mean, and that's it should be obviously it should be obvious that that's the polite thing to do. But for some people, I mean, I saw this in Europe too. First time I went to Europe was way back in the 90s, and we fly into Amsterdam out of JFK, and I got on this really cheap airline. I flew over to Europe for $200 back then on this just super cheap flight.
Ooh.
And I get in there, and like we get off, and there's the train takes it into Amsterdam. So we're sitting on the train, and we meet this dude. He's an American, and he had just took out like a jumper over from the UK, just a little hopper. And he's saying we were talking about what he was doing there, and he says, "I'm just here for the weed and the bitches." And I was like, and he's I'm gonna fuck myself into stupor while I'm completely stoned. And he's like saying this, and like most of the Dutch are like sitting around. He's saying it loud enough that all these Dutch people can hear it. Now, it's their land. They do have that stuff there, obviously, but you can see them looking at him like, "What a piece of shit!" You could see them say it because most of them speak English. And I was just like,
Yeah.
"Oh my gosh, dude!" And I'm like sitting right there with him, and my friend we're both like, "Oh my, dude, it's just fucking American dipshit." And he's going to school at King's College. It's like the triumvirate of their universities over there. There's Cambridge and Oxford and King's College. Is it Queen's College? I think it's Queen's College right now. But and he was going there, so he should know better about European society. He's just acting like a fuckhead. Yeah, so there's my story about that jackass that I met 25 years ago.
Also, I think it's because some people just have no appreciation of culture, because I mean, if you look at humans all over the world, it's fascinating, the different culture, and how it affects their modern lives. I've always found that to be fascinating, and I think some people just don't have that kind of appreciation, so they go to other people's places and they bring this behavior, this arrogance with them, and I don't just mean Americans. I mean just human in general, because I've seen people even in here in Asia, like foreigners from different Asian countries who come here and act like a bunch of dicks. Yeah. So I think it's just human. I think just.
Well, I mean, I think there's some humans do that because they think that they're well, and I'm going to be honest. I mean, I'm I'm pretty partial to our culture in general, but again, like I go to somebody else's culture, and I try to be as solicitous as I can, because I don't want somebody coming here and demanding that I speak French when I don't speak French. So I wouldn't want to go to France and say you have to speak English, which a lot of them do. But I mean, it's nice when they can speak English because it helps me. But I'll do the best I can, fumbling around with fucking French and hand signals to communicate, and I'll be polite and actually apologetic for the fact that I don't speak French. And I would do that anywhere. I mean, when I was in Japan, I can't even approximate Japanese very well, let alone like things like Japanese or any of the Southeast Asian stuff, which is all tonal. I just can't do it. I sound like an idiot. I mean, at least Japanese is somewhat, inflected. You can just look at the anglicized version and kind of get an idea what you're supposed to say. I try to do that with Mandarin. I'm like lost. I'm lost.
Mandarin is hard. Mandarin.
I mean, you might as well speak like Navajo. Navajo has like 10 tones as opposed to like 6.
Dude, I mean, Mandarin just even the numbers. I'm like, yeah, 一二三四五六七八. Yeah, then that's as far as I mean, just the numbers, and it's like, what the hell is all this like, like wavy things going on?
Well, it's kind of nice when you go like Shanghai. They have some things that are in English, and they have some things that are in at least spelled out, so you can kind of mouth them out. But as you get farther out into like the hinterlands or in some of the farther cities, it's all in Chinese. And like same thing with Japan. Japan has like Tokyo has some stuff for the foreigners, but if you get out anywhere in the backcountry, you best be really kind and have a GPS, because otherwise you're at the mercy of whoever's taking you wherever you're going. Because you can't read anything. I can't read anything. I even approximate to read anything because I like looking at the caricatures. I mean, when I look at something on the map and then how it's on a sign, sometimes it's slightly different, and I'm not sure if I'm looking at the right thing or not. I had to be very humble, and I think that Americans that go over there and aren't humble and act like, well, anybody who does that in any country is just, you're bucking for trouble. First of all, I mean, you go to some establishment where they're serving you, you don't ever know what they're going to do to your food or your room or anything else. Be nice, be kind, and tip. If that's part of the culture. If it's not part of the culture, well, that can be insulting. But whatever. I tip. I try to be nice enough to tip.
When in Rome.
Yeah. Well, I'm American, so you go somewhere, and then the tip's built in. Like most of Europe, the tip is built in. But if I like somebody and they've been really cool, they're gonna get an extra little euro or whatever,
Yeah.
Especially if they help me out. Like I tell you, I was in Murano and I went to this place and they had ice, and I bought these 2 bottles of cold water, and she says, "Well, do you want ice?" I was like, "You have ice?" And because I'm American, we love our ice. And she's like, "Yeah, we have it for the Americans." I'm like, or they're gonna get good tip and a Yelp review. That's because they had ice water for me. Those wonderful people in Burano. Anyway, I've talked enough. You guys talk amongst yourself while I futz around.
Yeah, man. If you have a good story, just tell them, man.
Tell it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. We really get into that story, man.
Whenever Slick starts talking, we kind of all just let him do his thing because it's always good stories.
Well,
it's interesting.
Thank you.
You've lived an interesting life, Slick, and it's a good thing that you're a writer because you can put that shit into stories, and that's
yeah.
Well, of late, I've been actually kind of, I love to travel, and I've been anchored here for certain reasons. Basically, I have family commitments that until a certain person passes away, I'm kind of anchored here because I'm an only child, and I get a little stir crazy sometimes because I like to travel, and those are where I got my stories from. Is running around, and plus local here in Utah, because people think Mormons are boring, and to some extent they are right, and because we make up for it with inventiveness and going out in the native, like the nature around here, and I really enjoy that a lot. But as I get older, I can't go climb mountains anymore as easy, which is somewhat frustrating. But I've been all over the West here where I live, and I have my stories there too. I got into trouble as a kid.
Who hasn't?
Yeah.
I mean, I think in places like Malaysia, I probably would have gotten a caning because I got some severe.
Yeah, you probably would.
I did some naughty things, and some of them I didn't get caught for. I got one of the streams. They're like, "Don't tell us how to do this," and I'm like, "Oh, probably you're right. I shouldn't tell you how to do that."
You shouldn't.
Man,
Something should not be told.
Well, I was talking about how to make a boom.
Oh God! And it's a good thing we stopped you too. You would have went on. You were like, okay, you take this, and you were like, whoa. Hey.
It's a lot of fun. I advise it for anybody who has some space to do it in.
God.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen the caning?
The what?
Have you guys ever seen the caning?
A real caning? I've never seen a footage of it, but I've heard about it.
It is.
Heard about it, but never seen it.
Because the I don't know about other countries, but here in Malaysia, the kind of wood that we use, right? It's wrapped in. I think it's wrapped in leather. And what?
Rattan. Yeah.
Yeah. The rotan.
Yeah.
And what happens
Mm.
is that it could literally peel your skin off. Yeah, I'm not joking. I've seen it, and it's like, oh god, oh, oh, jeez.
Yeah.
You will not be sitting for like months, I think. God,
Remind me never to get in trouble.
no, not one. Yeah, and also here in Malaysia, we still have the death penalty, especially for drugs. So if you get caught carrying, I think a certain amount of illegal drugs, you will get hanged. So it's like,
Yeesh.
oh yeah, and oh boy, ugh.
Yeah, it's a different culture over there.
Mm-hmm.
I like I said, and that would never be a problem for me because unless somebody like slipped it into my bag or something, but because
Mm-hmm.
I don't. But if they ever tested me, they'd be like, oh well, you don't use it. Yeah, you're just a courier. But
Yeah,
I,
yeah. But
I
but the thing is about Malaysian is that we're actually very lenient with foreigners. Because like, it's okay. You're foreign. You don't really know. It's like I've seen a lot of foreigners who could have gotten in trouble but didn't. And I'm like, okay.
well yeah, again, you give them a little bit of leeway, but I'm sure if you came in with like a key of cocaine or something, they probably wouldn't be very happy with you.
Oh yeah.
No.
So I think that maybe if they found a joint stuck down in the bottom of the bag, they might be a little bit more leeway than if you came with a big garbage can bag full of weed. They'd know that you were doing something different.
Yeah.
A big block full of Maui Wowie or some shit. I don't know. I don't know the names of the good stuff these days. I
Yeah.
just know the old stuff.
I don't
I've,
know.
I
Here we
haven't
just
I've,
call them ganja, and that's it.
I haven't smoked up a blunt in, oh geez, 23 years. It's been a long time.
Well,
That's because you're old, Slick.
Well, no, like I look, one of my contemporaries, man, he's always blazing up. I go over to his house and he's like, "You sure you don't want some?" And I'm like, "No, it's all right, Matt." And he's like sitting out on the back porch and his kids are playing in the yard and he's sitting there smoking a J. And I'm like, "It's all right."
Sorry about the last time I smoked weed.
Uh,
Was and I was on the last day of my previous job, and one of my coworkers there, he kind of have a bit of some connection, so he brought like not even a bag, just a small pouch of weed, and he shared some with me because he's like, you know what, it's your last day, I'm gonna treat you to this weed, right? So I smoked
right.
it, and then after work was done, instead of going straight home, I decided my stupid ass decided to go to the mall.
Mm.
So I can't. I don't even remember what I did, but it was like going to the mall, being high. I think I must have bothered some girls or something because I'm like, God, and yeah, I was like, I don't even remember what I did. And then my friend was like, "You fucking idiot! Why didn't you just go straight home?"
Because you're high. That's why you didn't go straight home.
That's why you can go straight home.
Well, I mean, like if you're really high, you would never leave it. You just sit on a bench somewhere looking at shit and
You're just
not sure what to go.
high school days, man.
Or you get really hungry and you have to go out and eat something because
Yeah.
you get all the munchies. I
Oh, yeah.
remember I didn't the last time I intentionally took weed was actually in junior high, and it must have had something that's laced in it because like the vertical hold on my world went crazy and like lights went all they went all different colors. So it probably had LSD or PCP in it or something, and I didn't like that. It was an unpleasant thing. So I
Right.
haven't ever intentionally ever gotten um, high again. The last time I got high, I was at somebody's house, and the whole damn place was filled with smoke. And I just got high just because I was in there. It was a contact high, and I'd had those before. I went to a Grateful Dead concert in high school, and it was up in this.
Now, why would you do that?
What, the Grateful Dead? It was a thing.
Yeah.
It was the thing back in the day, dude. Like
I
everybody, you go
know.
to the Dead concert, and then like you want to see,
I
because
know.
girls. We go up there and watch the hippies get naked, because all the girls would run around topless. So we're up in a place called Park West, and Park West now it's a ski resort, but it was a ski resort then. But during the summers, they'd have this big bowl there that they'd make into a kind of arena, and now they don't do that. They've just made it into like condos and fucking shit. But now when you go, but when you went up there, you could like sneak around through the forest and get into it. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but you could do it. We didn't. We went through the front door, but this is how much smoke there was. This is outdoors, and there was still a pall of smoke that gave you a contact high. And the thing that they told you when you went to that at the Dead thing is, if somebody hands you a flyer, don't take it, because the print on the flyer would actually be LSD. And so you tear off a corner and you put it underneath your tongue, but you get it on your fingers, and eventually you get the LSD in your system anyway, because just go through your pores. And if anybody offered you like a brownie or whatever, something to eat, don't accept it unless you want to get high, because that's what would happen.
Yeah.
And so like
I
was
It's just freaking party neighborhood.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's what a Grateful Dead concert was.
Party that's so lit they're hotboxing a house. What the hell?
Well, I mean, if you went to a Dead concert, I mean, basically once the Dead kind of fell apart, I mean, the Fish concert was basically, you just go to the same thing. All the hippies that started following Fish. But if you want to get a feeling like that ever, and you're here in the United States, go out and go to Burning Man. I've been to 2 Burning Mans, and I was actually there. What?
As a Burning Man.
Well, if you go out there, that's where all the hippies and weirdos come. And I went out there. I didn't get crazy. I was out there actually to film the thing. We were doing it for our college. And it was. If you ever go out there, just a hint: bring a lot of water, because do you know those little half bottles of water that they sell for kids? They sell those for $5 a piece. For like the 20 ounce, it was $10. For the bigger ones, it was like the good size water that you hold in one hand, that was $15. And then they'd sell you a gallon for $20, because you're out in the middle of the fucking desert and there's no water. So if you go buy one of those big orange things, or water things, and bring several of them, put them in the back of your RV or whatever the fuck you're in, and then you'll have water, and you won't have to pay ridiculous amounts of money. And bring some food too, because all the concessions there are just ridiculously expensive. And and then you can leave, but it's a long drive to anything where they can pick up anything. So you're out in the middle of this big salt flat.
Hey, Stick, I just want to ask, so what's the difference between ingesting weed and smoking? Because I've never ingested weed before. But
ingested? Well, usually, I mean, you don't like chew on the branches or anything like that. They usually put it in something like a brownie, or now they have like pills and stuff and gummy bears, and they just put the THC.
Gummy bears?
Yeah.
Yeah, for real. There's some crazy stuff that there's been out there. I'm not gonna lie. I've actually taken stems, and I'll have stuck them in my lip and chew them on all day long.
Yeah, but it's not gonna. But it's not the same. It's not like smoking it directly.
Yeah. The difference is that ingesting it is actually gets your body high, as opposed to when you smoke it, it goes straight to the brain. So
listen to these guys. Listen to these guys. They're much more versed on these things than I am. My
registered potheads.
So, like,
you need a license to smoke in America? Damn.
No, well, it depends on where you're at.
Depending on what state you're in.
You can get pot here in Utah, but it's illegal. It's not hard to get a pot here in Utah, but it is illegal. They catch you, you can get put in jail. But
Wait, is it legal in Utah?
No, it's not legal. They've been trying to get it so it's like the medicinal is legal, but
it is in a few states though, like Colorado and Washington,
and California.
Oh, you guys are legalized in some states, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
New York has it. I think Massachusetts has it now. You know,
For medical use, yeah, but I'm not sure about recreational use.
yeah. I personally think they should. I'm not fully down with like all drugs being completely legal because
Yeah.
they fuck you up. There's some of them just fuck you up completely. But like pot, I mean, it's hard to stop pot. First of all, you can grow it underneath your bed in a hydroponic little doodad.
I know.
You know, it's easier than building a still and making your own alcohol. And alcohol's it's legal. So I don't know why pot shouldn't be. I mean, it doesn't contaminate your house like you're making methamphetamine or anything.
Mhm.
Right.
If you make meth in your
Yeah, I
house,
mean,
pretty much your house is fucking toast.
Yeah.
I don't even drink. Like, I got a history of alcoholism in my family. That's why I smoke mainly.
Well, and as long
So,
as pot is not ever since a gateway drug, and I'm like, I've known people that have smoked pot all day long for like 2-3 years, and all of a sudden they stop cold turkey.
Yeah.
And then they'd come back to it a little while later, and it's not something that is terribly hard to quit, as opposed to like nicotine, which will it's really hard to
Yeah.
quit.
Oh yeah.
That's hard to quit. So.
But I mean,
Hey.
yeah, I'd rather hang out with a pothead than a drunk any day. Just seriously.
Well, it depends. It depends on the situation. Let me put it to you that way.
I guess. I mean, there are some happy drunks, but like a fucking mean drunk, I don't want to be around a mean drunk. I just don't want it to be. And like
I've never
most
run across a mean pothead though. Like,
sometimes they get a little bit of paranoid. They get slightly paranoid when they're coming down. But
yeah, they get annoying. But I've never seen like somebody just take a token and just start throwing punches at random people.
No, you just mellow out completely.
Yeah, but you drink half a handle of Bankers Club, you'd be swinging on anybody that you want.
But like, I'm a person to imbibe. I'm not and it's not the pot really doesn't bother me all that much, but I'm not a good drunk. Like, I just get annoyed, and not like angry at everything, just annoyed by the fact that I get more clumsy. I hate that fucking shit. It makes me, I don't like it. And everybody's like, other people just like, hey, it's good to see you. I love you, man. I'm just like, I'm fucking drunk, and this is annoying the shit out of me. You feel less pain. I'll give you that.
I'm the guy saying I love you when I'm drunk.
Yeah, that's fine. But like, and you do feel less pain. I can see why you could self-medicate for that when you're in pain. But like, I hate the fact that I'm stumbling around and then the next morning I wake up and I got bruises all over him. I'm like, what the fuck?
Nobody knows the trouble I'm in. Nobody knows my sorrows.
I got like French and German in me, so it takes forever and a half for me to get drunk. So I don't.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
So I just drink just to have fun and enjoy it.
I'm an extremely expensive drunk to like really get me going. It takes me quite a bit. And people are like, hey, have a beer. And I'm like, first of all, beer tastes like shit. And it doesn't really give me a buzz until I have 6 of them.
Preaching to the choir.
And then I have to piss. And that's annoying too. God damn it.
Nobody knows how dry I am.
I only got drunk once, and that's like going way out of my way to do it. And I didn't even get a hangover. Like the next day, I only just didn't remember how much I drank accurately. So it's like, okay, what's the point here?
Well,
I don't even get the satisfaction of the hangover.
Whenever we had a party, the easiest thing in the world, if you want to have a party, don't bring beer. Beer's fucking stupid. Just get a bunch of orange juice or some juice or some pop or soda or a Kool-Aid, and just get some fucking Everclear and pour it in there, and people will get fucked up. It's just like that. They won't even notice other than it has a really sharp bite to it. And if you spread it out enough, basically not to say about girls getting drunk, but if the girls want to get loose really fast, that's a real fast way to do it. In fact,
I'm gonna let you in on the secret. What you heard about girls getting loose when they get drunk is absolutely true.
Well, I'm not talking about like loose and not well loose in every way, but like I often say that like if you do that with the punch, the spike punch, you need to watch the girls because sometimes they get to the point where they're just completely sloppy and you know you just don't want to do that. I'd rather just people have a nice good time if they're gonna do it. I don't drink at all though. But that's when people brought over like a keg of beer. I'm like, why the fuck are you guys drinking beer? I mean, maybe that keeps you from getting really drunk. I don't know because you have to drink so
they
much
still
of it.
get really drunk.
Right on.
Oh yeah.
Well, they bring it like.
I
Why would you drink?
just like to drink the homemade wine we make.
What is the
It's a lot
fascination with beer, though? What is it? I mean,
It's cheap.
It's
cheap.
cheap.
That's
well,
all
so's
it is.
so's Everclear.
It's
I can get a
just
damn.
good
I can get a damn thing of Everclear, right?
Drink to
For
have
like,
because it's so cheap and accessible.
I can get a fifth of Everclear for like I think it's like $10. I mean, and then you put it in like a whole bunch. You don't even have to put all of it into like a thing.
But it's like you don't have to put a whole lot of effort into it. It's just if you want to like just hang out with the buds in like 5 minutes, just go down to the store.
I guess.
Get, like,
I mean,
a 6-pack or something.
all my friends who drink beer, I just don't get it. I've tried it, and there's one beer that I've ever tasted where I was like, I'd like to have more of this shit. I mean, there's not one.
Jack, baby.
All right, listen now. There's those flavored beers like Mike's Hard Lemonade and shit like that. Those are good.
But isn't that like just lemonade? No, it's lemonade.
No, this has got.
Yeah, but that's a malted beverage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a
Mike's Hard Lemonade
8% alcohol by volume, as opposed to the beer that I've been drinking, which is 5.9%, right?
Right.
But Mike's Hard Lemonade, is it brewed or is it just like lemonade with some fucking alcohol in it?
It's a premium malt beverage with natural flavors,
and they just call it lemonade.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's mostly just a gimmick. You know, it's supposed to be like spiked lemonade. You know,
I've seen that. I've seen the alcoholic root beer, and I'm like, is that a good idea to do that?
No, it's horrible because it's amazing
in the first place. So I mean,
you like
the alcohol? I'll tell you right now, those not your father's root beers. If you guys can get those are fucking amazing, dude.
they're pretty good. I had them before. It's pretty alright.
Yeah, watch yourself with those because you'll just drink all of them and be like, "Oh, these sodas are amazing."
It's not a soda.
Exactly.
I went to a party around here like 2 years ago, and somebody had a bunch of those.
After they've had too much.
What was that? What was that?
I said normally they don't realize that until after they've had too much.
Right. Well, like I said, I went to a party and somebody brought a couple of those. They brought a couple. They brought, I guess, 2 12-packs of those, so like 24 of them, and everybody was drinking those hard root beers, and people loved them. They did like them. I have to admit that it's a good idea that way, but I always get this feeling like you're gonna stick them in the fridge and your kids are gonna fucking drink them on accident. You know what I mean?
That's why they make them so that you have to have a bottle opener.
I just opened up. Maybe kids are stupider now. Maybe kids are stupider now. But I mean, when I was a kid, I could pop open a bottle of IBC for crying out loud.
Yeah, kids could.
Well, yeah, of course they're dumber now. They're too busy playing Fortnite.
Well, yeah, that's a good point.
The sad thing about that is actually it looks like a fun game to play, but everything about it just ruins it.
It's the fans, man. The game itself is fine, but it's the kids playing.
It certainly has a lot more going on than PUBG.
Yeah. Hey guys, what about whiskey? Because I can't drink.
What about whiskey? What about it? Like we got whiskey, bourbon, scotch. What? It's
what does it taste like? Is it because
it depends on what you get.
It all depends on where it's made.
Yeah.
Oh.
And some of it's smoky flavor, some of it kind of has a woody flavor, but it's mostly.
I haven't really been able to experiment a lot with whiskeys. The only one I've ever really had is a Canadian Club, and that's usually mixed with like 7-Up or something.
Yeah. I mean, like the drink that my friends used to drink were just screwdrivers. They just get orange juice and put vodka in it. You know?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been needing to try like Fireball whiskey.
Oh,
Yeah, people talk about that all the time.
Save the
It's
butthole, dude.
yeah.
I drank a whole fifth of that crap with my wife, and dude, like it was like after eating like probably $40 worth of Taco Bell. Like this.
Do some honey
That
jack
stuff
instead.
burns on its way out.
Man, now I'm actually kind of hungry.
Honey jack's tasty. I mean, I've dug my finger in it. It tastes. I like honey jack. It's pretty good.
Honey Jack is really good. Their apple is really good too. And
I know a lot of people say that like these aren't manly drinks. You know, you have to have stuff that tastes like shit to be really a man. I'm like, whatever, you know. I like the Everclear for the very fact you can do fireballs with it. It's lots of fun. You spit it out in front of a lighter and make a big fireball.
Yeah.
Yours, like, are you guys crazy? What sense of wasting booze?
Look, I can't drink, okay?
Come to America, man. We'll get you drunk.
People that don't actively drink among this group.
You're come to America. We'll get you drunk. We'll get you fucked up pretty good.
And we won't tell your family.
We won't tell your family. We'll make sure.
We won't tell your family.
We'll just draw a dick on your head and take a picture of you. That's all.
Yeah, it wasn't about.
Oh my God! Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm
drawing a dick on the first person that falls asleep. Yes, that's the best part of the party.
I'm kidding. We take care of you. We take care of our Muslim
We
friends.
won't do that. We would never do that to you, bro.
You're gonna do it.
We wouldn't do. Okay, at least we won't draw it on your face. We won't draw it on your face. We might draw it on your arm, so that way you have to wear long sleeve.
I regret.
Do it, and when I wake up, I'm gonna scream racist.
No, racist would be the wrong word.
Just asshole. Asshole is pretty much covers it right there. what asshole did this to me?
Oh my God.
Do you remember anything about last night? That would be the question everyone else will ask you.
Oh yes.
When you wake up and you don't have any eyebrows or something like that.
Somebody want to explain that?
Oh, God.
Yeah, I was always a designated driver, so I'd have to take most of the Yahoos home, and it was most of my cars have had throw up in it, so I got used to carrying some cleaning supplies.
That
reason.
That sounds like the most real thing I've ever heard in a long while.
Yeah,
it's some when I was back in college and when I was a little bit older, when I was in kind of a business with a bunch of people who like to party. I don't drink, so I always had that stuff in the car when there was going to be something happen, and I did that since high school. You know, because I had this big old 71 Ford Galaxy. It had 4 doors, which is unusual for Galaxies. But we'd stick all these people in there, and I'd get somebody bring some booze, and the girls would be in the back with the guys, and they'd all be drinking, and eventually that got pretty sloppy, and then somebody would throw up on somebody else, and that would cause a cascade of throw up. And after the first time, I had some towels and shit in the trunk. So
nobody knows the vomit.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a raw deal.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what you get when you're not the drinker in the bunch, you know.
Right.
You just have to live with it, and then you have to take them home, make sure they get into the house, especially with the girls. Make you walk them to the door, and
those times you wish you didn't volunteer to be the safe driver.
Yeah, something. There are perks to that. I mean, now you get in trouble. Like you've sexually molested somebody with some girls. Like, you're so nice, and then she gives you a kiss, and you're like, okay, you kind of stink and you just have vomit mouth. But yeah, thanks for the kiss.
Thanks, I guess.
You guessed.
I don't know. It's not everything that's happened, so I guess I could just mark that on the board.
Yeah.
You get them into their house. Make sure that they keep all their clothes on as they go through the door or whatever. It's kind of funny though when you want to come in and you're like you just kind of push them on the couch and they're usually asleep like that and then you walk out because you're a good guy. Otherwise you're an asshole. Man. With other guys, like he makes, and then here's the thing, like guys, like I never did the things like drawing a dick on anybody, but man, I can see guys doing that as they get them home and just lay them on the lawn until they wake up in the morning to the sprinklers.
I remember leaving one of our. Well, he wasn't. This is the thing now. There's always that one guy at the party that nobody is like. Why did we invite him?
Yeah.
And when they pass out, that's
Killington.
the guy you mess with because they're an asshole the entire time until they pass out, and then you start drawing dicks on them.
Yeah, he's got that Reggie Mantle,
or shaving off their eyebrows, or like a red stripe to their hair.
Like this like free porn game that I downloaded that had a joke about that. They said there's nothing worse than having a dick drawn on your head when you pass out of the party, but only to come to find out it was actually traced.
Usually that's what happens.
And in response to that, your character just says, "I think I've lost brain cells hearing this joke."
So any guys,
just to add on to that game is made in Russia. So
I can see that. I can totally see that. Do you guys like hot food? Do you guys ever eat hot food?
Hot food is like spicy hot or no? I'm pretty sure all of us enjoy a hot meal.
Okay, smart ass. I'm talking about spicy.
I'm a Cajun. Every food we eat is spicy, so I mean.
So do you go like the really spicy stuff, like going like a Carolina Reaper or like Vipers or Ghost Peppers?
Whenever I was looking at JROTC, we went to a trip in New Orleans to go into Steamboat Natchez. There's like this shop in the French Quarter that is purely nothing but a hot sauce shop, and they got like this sampling thing for like the hottest sauce in the universe. This thing is so hot they actually force you to like sign a waiver just to have like a teeny tiny chip dip in it. I tried that shit because our platoon leader signed up for it. And like, well, we can't let him suffer alone, so we all did it. And oh god, I was puking for like 5 minutes straight afterwards. It was unbearable.
I know guys that try to test themselves with peppers, and there's a guy that I work with, and he tried a Carolina Reaper.
Just like bit it, bit the pepper.
He popped a Carolina Reaper. They're not very big, And he popped one, and he ate it, and his head literally turned the color of a beet. Like
holy crap!
He looked like he was, and then he went in the bathroom and he couldn't breathe. He said it was like being sprayed with pepper spray, and then the next day, like he was shitting like he said it was the worst thing he'd ever experienced. So if you want to test yourself, try a Carolina Reaper.
I mean, there's like this I'm good now where they got like peanuts or it's just nuts in general that's like a baked with like flakes of all different sorts of peppers on. There's like test your endurance to these peppers to try these nuts. Like all the different like skill levels of every single nut with different pepper flakes on it.
Try these nuts.
Yeah.
Got him.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I know a lot of people. There's this friend of mine. He's a pilot, and his name's Adam, and he's half Japanese, half German. He's American.
Oh, really?
But he's the Axis powers combined, apparently. However, and he looks kind of like Johnny Depp, strangely enough, only taller. He's like 6'2".
Oh yeah, the thing is called the Death Nut Challenge.
Yeah. Anyway, so he tries. There's this place up in Salt Lake that has these spring rolls, and they use Reapers and they use Vipers and Ghost Peppers in the special sauce. And there's 4 of them, and they're not very big, but if you can eat these four spring rolls, you can get a meal a week for a year. That's the challenge.
Yeah.
And he loves hot
Oh
food.
yeah, I've seen that on television.
Yeah, and only like six to eight. I think 8 people have done it now in the last like 10 years, something like that. And so he goes up there and tries it, and he says, "You want to come up there and see me try it?" I'm like, "Okay, dumbass." And so we go up there, and he loves hot stuff. He was always the type of guy to go find a habanero hot sauce and stick it on and just drench it in it. I'm like, okay. We go up there, and he gets through one and a half of those spring rolls, and I've never seen anybody just start to like, and like his throat closed up, and they had to call the paramedics.
Damn.
Yeah, he had a reaction, and then after that, he couldn't eat hot stuff even though he wanted to, up to a point he like have like jalapenos and shit. But anything hotter, it would cause that same reaction. And so he caused himself to have an allergy to hot stuff by going and eating this stuff ridiculously hot. And I was like, that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And to this day, he has to be careful, and he rused the fact that he tried to do the challenge, which I thought was interesting. And I was kind of freaked out, though. I'd never seen anybody actually have that kind of reaction in real life. You always hear about anaphylaxis, but it closed up his throat. Yeah, crazy. So be careful with your hot shit.
At that point, you just take the EpiPen and just start doing Devil May Cry combos on his chest.
Yeah, they had an EpiPen on the place, so they did. It was pretty fast that they went and got him an EpiPen, but they still called the paramedics because he was down on the ground, and I'm like sitting there on the side going. We had other people with us. It wasn't just me. It was a group of us.
Just Psycho Crusher that pen into him. It'll work.
Yeah.
Psycho Crusher.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that they have an EpiPen on hand means that it happened before.
Yeah.
They had it in the place. Yeah, the place had an EpiPen there, but most places do. I mean, most eateries will have an EpiPen somewhere in the store. Just
because
well, it's true because there's so many diabetics and stuff like that, so they want to make.
There's a lot of different allergies.
Certain types of food.
Yeah,
Man, you get that bad.
There's so many food allergies. It's not even funny.
Yeah, there's a ton of different ones, and so I mean, you can have anaphylaxis from any number of things. So most restaurants will have an epi somewhere on the premises.
No, man. I mean, here in Malaysia, we don't get that. I mean, if you're allergic to something, you're fucked. You're on your own.
Damn, dude.
Harsh.
Well, welcome to First World. We do have our EpiPens.
So yeah, if you got any allergies, you're good. You come on over. Come on over.
People make up that they have allergies. You know, I can't eat gluten. Oh, I'm allergic to gluten. You've been eating like bread most of your life. When did you start? Well, it just makes me feel logy or whatever. I must be allergic to it. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
That irritates me because my sister-in-law actually has celiac disease.
Well, if you really truly have it, I get it. But I mean,
no, that's what I mean. I hate the papers, man. They piss me off because I'm like, there's actual people out here.
Right.
There is nothing that like pisses me off more than like fad diets that try and like help people cut out a lot of stuff that they actually need to stay healthy.
Right.
Well, news to those bitches. Cutting gluten out ain't gonna shave any pounds off that ass.
No. I mean, unless you move that ass, you won't shave any pounds off that
some
ass.
Of the worst offenders are like the ones that try to cut out a lot of carbs or a lot of fat, despite the fact you need that stuff to help burn.
Yeah.
Well, you don't like. Here's the thing, like there is too much carbs. I mean, we have way too many carbs.
Yeah, there's like too much. There's such thing as too much of literally anything, but there's also such thing as too little of just about anything.
And there are different metabolisms that can burn. You know, that can have different reactions to foods. I'm the type of guy that if I have like regular food that has tons and tons of sugar in it, I'm just going to get fat no matter what. I mean, and I have a friend of mine that can just eat whatever the hell he wants and he stays thin. He's my same age. And I'm like, you asshole, because he just eat whatever he wants. And I've never been
It's
like
just
that. I
funny.
always,
It's just funny because like a lot of people like to talk about like their low carb diets. Meanwhile, you can show them pictures of like championship like weightlifters, and they have extraordinarily high carb diets.
well, but that's the difference. There's a difference though with athletes. Athletes have to carb load, and if you're expending immense amounts of energy, you have to have something to draw from quickly. It's not the same with like protein, but they'll eat protein like crazy too. But I mean, the problem is most of us who aren't very active, we're sedentary. We sit on our ass watching TV. We sit in our chairs eating our food. We sit in our cars. We sit in our cubicles. We sit everywhere. And then occasionally we walk around a little bit. But that's not conducive to eating constant amounts of carbs and especially refined sugars. It's just going to put pounds on you. And we see it. I mean, people have this extra layer of fat because we're designed from a Paleolithic era where we actually store fat in times of famine so we can survive. And now we don't have to worry about that because we're constantly being fed food, especially in the Western world where it's just kind of everywhere and
everywhere, nobody cares.
Another problem that is prevalent nowadays is underfeeding. That is a thing.
Well, I mean, I guess you can be underfed, but I mean, most Americans are not underfed, obviously.
Like a lot of people that I know, like only eat like 1 or 2 meals a day rather than like
and
3 to 5.
they may have bad eating habits that will contribute to that. If you eat smaller meals, more meals, it'll up your metabolism. If you eat like 2 large meals a day, it'll slow down your metabolism as it tries to move through all the food you just packed into your body. And then if you just sit around, it's going to just try to store stuff that's easily stored. Lifestyle change is what needs to be happening to affect us getting back into better shape as people, and especially in the West. If we don't change that, I mean, I'll give an example. I have some relatives they run a horse farm. None of those people are, none of them. They're like my great uncle's, like his kin, and they had a horse farm out in that place I call Delta. That's one of my relatives. They have a horse farm. None of those people are fat. Not one of them, because they work on a farm and a ranch, and they're constantly wrangling animals, and they're moving around feed, and they're working. That's how they make their money. There's not one of them except for my old Uncle Kenneth. When he got about 70, he got a little pot belly, but his arms were like ripped, even to the day he died. He was just a strong old dude. He's the guy that fell off his horse and died out in his field. If anybody heard me talk about that, and one of his sons actually died wrangling a horse. The horse fell over on top of him. That's big animals are, they're dangerous if you're not careful. And that one just lost its balance, tripped over, and fell on top of. That was that. Anyway, but like they never get ever fat. Well, I have relatives that do other things. They're the same gene pool. They're all fat because they sit around. They don't, they have other things where their jobs are sitting around. We're not that far, evolutionarily speaking, from Paleolithic man. I mean, we're really not. We're like 10,000 years. That's nothing in evolutionary time. And whether or not you believe in evolution or not, your body seems to. You know what I mean? And it's only been in the last about 70 years that we've become so wealthy that food is kind of everywhere all the time, no matter what. And before that, we were always working to get our food. We had to go out and, and if we weren't, we were jogging around. Cars weren't ubiquitous. We rode a horse. We walked. We rode a bike. We locomoted to get from point A to point B, and we did it all the time. Now we don't. And we're suffering the consequences of it.
For real, it doesn't, and it's really not that hard. I mean, if you want to really try and stay in shape, do some, 10 minutes every once in a while during the day, take 10 minutes out, do some push-ups or chin-ups or something like that. If you got one of those chin-up bars that you can hang on a door frame, those are like one of the best fucking tools that we have developed over time for exercise. You know, if you can do them. I know some people get, you know, I got a fucked up back, so I mostly just use mine to hang and stretch my back out. But
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
there's a bunch of ways that you can maximize, at least not maximize, but at least allow your body to get some exercise. But I mean, true, like to get yourself in true shape. Like I said, my cousins, you know, those guys could sling bales up into the top of their barn, but they just toss it up to another person up there. I'd go there. I was a strong kid back in the day, and it took me a long time to kind of get the technique that they were doing, just seeming like breathing, because they did it every day. And you know, that's that you know, when that cousin who died, he'd take off his shirt, and he wasn't like big, huge, beefy dude, but like they say in Fight Club, he looked like he was made out of wood, you know, because he was just all cut. He was always because well, yeah, like because he was working all the time. And when he wasn't at school, he was coming back. They get up in the morning, they milk the cows, and then they go out and feed the stuff. Get out there, go plant some shit out in the Victory Garden, then go to school, come back, and they start the whole thing over again till the sun went down. And then during the night, if they had problems, they had to get up and fix, you know, animals, take some husbandry, and it was a constant thing. And you know, their mother was about the only one that even got even slightly heavy set, but she's a woman, so she was having multiple kids. But she was still, you know, in pretty good shape, and she was running around, you know, tending to like 8 kids. That takes quite a bit, you know.
Yeah, and also I think it's because humans are by nature beasts of burden, and and unfortunately in modern times our career, although our career have changed, our eating habits haven't caught up to that yet, and that's why we get a lot of fat people nowadays. You know, because we're still eating like we're still doing all of this hard work. You know, hunting, gathering, like traveling around, all that shit. You know.
Yeah.
And
well,
we're eating.
and we know how to make some delicious ass food nowadays.
Yeah,
we too.
We played around with our food to the point where we're like, "Damn, this is good. I got to have more." And then you eat yourself into a damn stupor. I mean, how many? I don't know, Muir. I don't know if you've ever eaten yourself to the point where you eat till you're drowsy because your body's so tired. Trying to
never really ate till I was drowsy, but my family's definitely ate until they felt like their stomachs were about to burst in pain.
Yeah, well, every time I eat now, I'm getting old, and every time I look back when I was in high school, and I used to, like you talk about athletes, I'd carb load. I mean, I'd eat tons of protein, plus I'd eat everything else that wasn't hooked down. And I look back, I'm like, how in the hell was I eating all that much? But even now, like I'll eat. I'm getting to the point where though I get sick if I eat too much. I just don't feel good, and because I'm getting old, you know. Sorry, you'll find out as you get along. You'll get there and you'll be like, what the hell? What's going on? Why is this happening? Why
hit 33 after 33.
Yeah, and you get acid reflux, and you'll be like, "What? Why is my chest? Am I having a heart attack?" No, you're having acid come up your throat because your sphincter is just getting old, and you're trying to do what you did when you were 20. You know, there was a time when I went to Skipper's, which is a place that serves fish. I ate 52 pieces of fish plus like slaw and some chips and chowder, all in one sitting. And I went to like Tony Roma's, ate 72 ribs. Like it was like, I think I think it was 5 or 6 racks full of ribs.
Why would you do that?
Because I was playing football and I was a wrestler, and I was burning it off, man. I just could eat and eat and eat and eat. And then I stopped being that way. And all of a sudden I gained like, you know, freaking almost 100 pounds. You know, I was like 330 pounds. And, you know, it caused me to be, you know, it caused me all kinds of stuff, and I had to lose it. And now I'm kind of like in between that. But, you know, I'm a typical fat American. I'm just not a really fat American.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if I'd stayed that fat, I'd probably be one of those guys in the mobility scooters, looking like Bart. Shit.
Sad. Man. Those guys, I'm like,
Yeah, how many mobility scooters you got over there in Malaysia, there, Mior?
none.
None. That's fucking
None.
right.
They have a lot
Malaysia
of
has zero
scooters.
mobility.
I saw some like a video of like Malaysia
Would
or
not play the
Indonesia
MOBA.
where like their traffic over there. I'm like, holy shit, that's the controlled madness. Is that
Oh,
how it
yeah.
is there in Malaysia?
Dude, you know the stereotypes of Asians can't drive?
Yeah.
It's true. It's true.
Well,
That
really?
shit is-
Why is that true? Why would that be true? Because when I watch those videos of traffics, like it doesn't seem like you have any signs or any lights or anything. It's just this massive movement of traffic in this big circle that doesn't have. It's not even like a roundabout. It's just people going every which way, and there's pedestrians walking through it, and like bicyclists and like
you know what it
rickshaws
is?
and shit.
It's all sped up footage.
Well, even so, even if it's sped up, it's the madness of
They
it.
cut out all the accidents. Because it's
Yes,
not-
man. Damn it.
Okay, let me just put it this way, okay? Like on a typical Malaysian road, you could have the pedestrian crossing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no one would use it. They would cross like whichever way they like. That's how it is here in Malaysia.
Sounds familiar.
Jeez.
People
Wow.
have no regard for road laws. It's like I don't know why. And then
Malaysia trying to go the way of the dodo.
Do they have lots of accidents though?
I didn't know.
well,
Do they have lots of accidents?
no, that's the funny thing. Not that much, to be honest.
Well, see,
I
that's
mean,
what I was saying. In the footage, I didn't see any accidents, and that surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, but not as often as you would think, considering the way we drive.
Yeah,
You know what's
that's what
fucked
I'm
up?
saying. So
I
you may
live
not
on
be as
a.
bad. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, Jimmy. Finish your
Well,
sentence.
you may not be as bad at drivers as you think if you don't have that many accidents in the chaos that seems to be your roads. So maybe because I see accidents, right where I work, there's a fairly good sized intersection, and it seems like there's an accident, at least one every fucking day. I'm just like, this has a semaphore, for God's sakes. What is going on? How does this keep happening? But there you go. So that might just be Utah because a bunch of idiots.
No. Oh no. It's in Pennsylvania as well. Where I live in Pennsylvania, it's a major roadway, and yeah, there's an accident. Maybe not every day, but every week. But I hear the ambulance run down the street every day, every single day.
I'll tell you, when I went to Germany, I didn't see hardly any accident, and I didn't see an accident. I've been there 3 times. I've never seen an accident in Germany, so there must be a way to get around it. So whatever.
Well,
just don't hit people and don't get hit.
Yeah, that's the solution. Just avoid getting hit.
Yeah. Although you guys want to hear a story?
Sure.
I think
10 out of 10 would try that strat again.
What?
The 10 out of 10 would try that strat again.
Okay. Anyway, this happened to me. I think when I was 20, 21. I think I was very young at that time. And I was driving at night. It was late at night, and I ran out of cigarettes, so I went out to get some. And I was waiting at the roundabout close to my home, and all of a sudden I heard screeching coming from right behind me. Like you know when cars moving so fast and they suddenly brake and the wheels.
Yeah, squealing of the tires.
Yeah. The tire screeching, and as I turned my head around, I saw a car literally like flying next to me, and then hit the roundabout right in front of me, because apparently this guy behind me lose control of his vehicle, tried to avoid me, hit the island next to me, and the island shot him in the air, and it landed right in the middle of the roundabout. And I was like, what the fuck?
Holy snaggies.
Yo, for real. I was sitting at a stop sign, right?
Wow.
And this is the same road that I've been living on for the last 15 years, 20 years now, getting on. And dude, this lady decides that she's going to quick cut in front of she's in a little, we'll say a Honda Civic. Yeah, I think it was a Honda Civic, right? But dude is driving the biggest Dodge Ram that has ever been on a commercial. I saw the bottom of that lady's car. And all I could think of, well, I guess I'm not getting to where I'm supposed to be because I had to fucking, you know what's fucked up is the people that were sitting in front of me drove off. They're like, oh, I didn't see jack shit.
Not happening. I'm just gonna go another day.
Yeah, I'm out. Time to go.
Peace.
See you later. See you.
I felt really bad because I was like the first thing I could think of was, what the fuck? I got to get over there. At least I had a roll of paper towels and, you know, whatnot. Yeah. Actually, it was funny because the first responder, the person that hit her, was actually a volunteer fireman. He like ran the fuck out his truck, ran over there, and he like held that lady's hand the entire time. His girlfriend or wife or whoever was in the car with him was crying her ass, or, you know, bawling her eyes out. And, you know, I was just like, damn, that's how you do it. You just fucking smashed the shit out of this lady, and then you ran out your truck, and like his truck was pretty okay for flipping her car, basically. But for him to jump out that motherfucker and tend to that lady, you know, in that fucking brutal ass accident, I know that was some ballsy shit. And like, damn, he didn't even care. He didn't have no injury. Sprinted to that lady's rescue. She was all right. I mean, you know, she needed some paper towels because she was pretty cut up, but you know, bashed her head a little bit and was bleeding a little. Well, okay, a lot of it, but you know, I had a roll of paper towels. They used that whole damn thing in about 10 minutes. No, not even. Yeah. I want to say 10 minutes because that's about how long it took for the paramedics to get there. They did a good job too. So, gotta say, our volunteer firemen out here in PA are pretty heartfelt. Because that dude was tore up.
I'm just now imagining Ninja in a comic issue coming onto a scene somewhere where there's an accident, people are bleeding out, he just gets onto the scene, start passing out like rolls of Bounty.
Yeah, like pulling a fucking roll of Bounty out his utility. Well, you know, because I have I was using my van for work, and I keep a roll of paper towels in there in case I want to wash my hands and dry my hands on something, have a tissue or some shit.
I actually do that too. Matter of fact, keep a roll of paper towel in my car in case of emergency.
Hey, never know.
But that's what we just clean my windows.
Hey, here's another.
The most I got is Kleenexes.
Hey, here's another thing that happened to me. Again, when I was young, I was driving on the highway. I don't know. Do you guys call it what freeway? I think.
Yeah, go either way. Freeway.
Yeah. So I was driving on the highway. I was driving home from a different state at that time, and it was raining like really hard. And I'm talking like the visibility at that time was so poor that the only thing I can see of the car in front of me are the taillights, you know, are these like two red dots, like in this rain. That's the only thing I can see in front of me. So I was driving slow, being careful, right? And all of a sudden, try to imagine this, okay? I was driving, and then these two red dots turned yellow because apparently this motherfucker in front of me lose control of his car, and it spun 180 degrees facing me.
Oh,
and it's a good thing I saw that and I swerved just to like avoid him, because I thought, man, I could have died. I think if I hit that guy like head on, I wouldn't be here right now. Like, imagine that. I can't see shit. All I can see is this red light, and it turns yellow. I was like, what the fuck? And from what I could catch of the car, I think it was a Ford. I think it was a truck. like a Ford Ranger or something, and I was driving a small car. I was like, damn, if I hit that, I'm dead. I was like, fucking hell, I'll never forget that. Man,
Yeah, it's good, man. The last one I saw out front here of our house, right? I don't know what happened, but dude completely lost control of a flatbed truck and slammed in between a tree and a stone wall. I don't know how. Yeah, it was pretty bad. But there were so many people on the scene. Like I walked down there, and I was outside shoveling snow. I actually was like, I didn't even know what to do with my snow shovel, so I just took it with me because I was like, well, if I need this to pry open a door or some shit, let me just take this just in case I need a tool. Right? The one cop that showed up, I never, this dude actually ripped the door like all the way around, pulled that door off its, bent it so that it was basically touching the front of the truck to get that dude out, and pulled him out by himself. I was like, damn. Like we talk shit on our cops a lot over here. There's a lot of nonsense that, cops are bad. But I'll tell you what, that cop right there, then the truck was smoking. Like it was smoking, like it could have caught fire at any moment. Cop was like, fuck it, I gotta get this dude out. Pulled his ass right out. And this dude had to be a good 330 something pounds. He was over 330, right? About 6'5". He was a huge dude.
Like one of them pro wrestling guys.
Yeah, he looked like Braun Strowman.
Dang, holy crap.
Yeah, he did. He kind of looked like a fat Braun Strowman. And the cop was about my height. He's about 5. He's a little bit taller than I am, and a little leaner than I am. So he's probably about 5'9" at about 175, right? Okay. So he just pulled that dude out of that truck, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know. We gotta give credit where credit is due, and those cops, they do that stuff. They might lose their shit sometimes and shoot people, but you got to imagine that fear factor. What kind of shit is going through your mind in that moment. I'm not trying to say that there isn't unjustified killings out there, because that shit happens too. But some of these guys out here, got to kind of think of that fear factor, like, because that dude, he just got some Superman strength. And the thing is, he stomped down some bushes too. Like like the big ass bushes that these people had out in front of their house. He stomped them down so that he could get to that truck better. He just like kicked the shit out of those bushes. They were big ass bushes too. Stomped them down and then ripped the door off of a truck, pulled a huge fucking dude out. That's badass. Like, he was just like, get back, get back. He told everybody to get back too. That was the other thing. He didn't ask for help. He told everybody to get back. So here comes a train, so I'm going to mute myself. So whoever's got the next story. Mighty, I'm going to give you a minute here. Go for it. You haven't gotten a chance to say a whole lot. You got a crazy story? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Well, I'm just listening.
Yeah, same here. I don't really have many engaging adventure stories on my own.
The only adventure story I have that might be interesting happened to me New Year's Eve, 1997. I was in the middle of Times Square at the time, and this woman standing next to me went into labor to have a baby.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I am delivering the baby.
You delivered a baby?
You delivered the baby?
Yeah.
That's a
shit,
story,
dude.
man.
All right.
Yes. We need more details now.
He's in the middle of Times Square. There's 1,000 people between me and the nearest paramedic. And the cop standing next to me, there was no way we could get her to the paramedic in time. So that day I lost a jacket.
Oh.
It was cold outside.
It's cold outside. Man, I wish I knew how the rest of
Mm. Well, by the time the paramedics got to us, a baby girl was born.
It's nice, man.
Yeah, they got there in time to wrap her husband's arm up because she broke it during delivery of the baby.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, what about the woman and the baby? Are they all right? Or what happened?
They were all right. They were all right.
It's nice, man.
We were just lucky to be there.
Yeah, they were in good hands. That's that's the higher power, man. Looking out, doing that superhero thing. That's you, man.
It's nice, man.
Dude, I wasn't trying to be a superhero.
I delivered a baby as well. It was my littlest girl. I delivered a little girl, so I know. I mean, there's something about that. That's a fucking great story, dude. Don't ever think that you are a fucking superhero right here.
This is a disgusting sight. I'm going to tell you this right now.
Oh yeah, it's fucking gross.
You have to remember.
Oh, the miracle of
Delivering a
life.
baby is a two-part thing. There's the baby, and then there's the placenta afterwards.
Oh yeah, that motherfucking thing is gross.
The miracle of life in its beautiful glory.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, until that shit comes out, and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna look away. I'm gonna look at this baby again.
Yeah, I'm squeamish about that stuff. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I promised myself that night I would never do that again. I don't want to do that again. No.
No, Mighty, I'm trying to imagine.
Now you see why fathers pass out in delivery rooms. I'm like, no.
Oh god.
I'm still wondering where she got the strength to break this guy's arm.
Yep. Can't wait to bleach my eyes and never look at another woman again.
I'm not going to think twice about getting anybody else pregnant. Let's put it that way. That much I do know. He'll think twice about having another one.
Oh.
It was her idea to be out in the middle of Times Square on New Year's Eve. Because he told her that they didn't go out. But she wouldn't listen to him.
Just think that little baby, that little girl's old enough to drink now.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
I remember the day when I was born, and it was cold as hell outside.
Yeah.
Fuck,
Got a nice jacket, though.
Yeah, she got a real nice jacket.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
It's one of those things that happens and you really don't expect it to.
That's the kind of thing.
One of those moments life decides it's time for a curveball.
Yeah. It's one of the things that you thought only ever happen in fiction, but then you go through it and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
What was that? You were expecting a fastball? Well, joke's on you, buddy.
For real.
See, that was a fucking great story, dude.
Yeah.
Man. But see, now I wanted to be in the room for all. I was in the room for 3 of my kids' births, or I guess all of my kids' births, technically. So I cut all their cords. I cut the first one barehanded. I grabbed that shit barehanded. It was gross.
But here's the thing: you didn't have to stay for the second part of that.
Oh, I was there the entire time, and I was grossed out all 3 times. I just went over with the baby. Like, yo, let me be with the baby. Yo, nurses handle that shit. I'm gonna see this new baby that I just helped make.
Yo,
Let me go see the products of my efforts.
Y'all know that movie that Robin Williams was in? That was like he was like his whole job was to when people died, he would like take out like this chip that was in their brain, then watch the recording their entire life and just like sort through everything and like make like a slideshow for their funerals and shit.
Yeah.
No,
I would never, no matter how desperate I am for a job, I would never take that job because you would never know what the hell you're going to get.
Wait, what's that?
I think like on one of the opening shots to like explain like what his job was like some kind of it was like a teenage kid that went up dead somehow. It was like they had to like sort through like 5 years of compiled footage of this kid just masturbating. Just Robin Williams looking at the screen with dead eyes, just like, what the hell am I doing?
Never seen that movie. What's it called?
It's a good movie. I can't remember what it's called.
What movie was this?
Robin Williams?
I know the movie. I can't think of the name of it.
I just know that Robin Williams was in it.
But what was the movie about? I can probably.
It's about him having this job where he like sorts through the memories of dead people to like find like evidences of crimes and to
and this was a Robin Williams movie?
and to make like slideshows for their funerals. But while he's doing that, he's also like doing like a mystery thing with solving something that went on in his life. I can't remember too much
This
about
was a Robin
that
Williams
movie.
movie.
Yeah.
Huh. I have no idea, but now I'm very curious myself.
It was one of his
Look at this shit
way
up.
more serious roles.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
You got a theater in that movie?
No, I don't think so. This night, man.
Well, Robin Williams has a fucking shit ton of movies, so
Yeah, he's been in a lot.
The night.
He's done a lot.
What year was the movie released?
The Final Cut, was that it?
Oh yeah, this the final cut.
Yeah, the Final Cut.
2004.
In 2004.
Oh yeah. The final cut set in a world where with memory recording implants, Alan Hackman is a cutter, someone with the edit over people's recorded histories. His latest assignment is one that puts him in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually pretty good. The few movies where he
That's
does
the job I wouldn't
serious
take.
roles are really, really good. Another one that I liked was 1 Hour Photo, where he plays like a freaking
yo, that movie was fucked up.
Was
Yo, he really that was very believable. He did a very believable part in that. It was very crazy. I saw that movie. It was totally twisted. If you want a good twisted horror kind of psycho movie, that's a good one to watch.
1 Hour Photo is the one for you.
Another one that I really enjoyed was I can't remember what its name was, but he was like the father of this douchebag kid who ends up like killing himself through erotic asphyxiation, and then he like took this opportunity to like make like a tragic suicide victim out of his kid, and like wrote a diary for his son and like try to pass it off as his son's writing because he was a failed writer, so he tried to make some kind of fame out of it. And he's just enjoying the hell out of recognition he was getting out of his son's tragedy. It was actually pretty good. I can't remember what that was called.
Yeah.
World's Greatest Dad. That's what that one was.
Oh, yeah, that was another one. Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, there's certain ones that I don't necessarily feel like I want to recommend, but if you're, into that sort of thing, you want a good story. It's twisted. I guess go rent that from Redbox or something for $1.
To alleviate your worries there, another really good one where he plays a serious role, I would have to recommend, is my personal favorite. It would be Dead Poets Society. That's a really good classic.
That is.
I've never watched it. Dead Poets.
You never watched Dead Poets Society?
No, never seen it.
That's the movie where the scene where everyone stands on top of desks and goes, "Oh, Captain, my Captain."
Oh yeah, I heard of that movie.
Yeah.
But I don't think I ever actually watched it.
The whole thing is that once that Robin Williams becomes like the English or literature teacher for like a very elitist prep school and starts changing like all the kids' lives who were just bored with everything because they were very sheltered and had nothing going on, and he like convinced them like try out new things and shit.
Yeah, Robin Williams, as long as we're on the subject, he's been in some very emotionally driven movies throughout time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there was as a Dead Poet Society. There was
what was that one where he like died
Good
and then went to heaven?
What Dreams May Come was also pretty good.
Yeah, is that the one?
Is that one actually watched Bicentennial Man?
I've never heard of Bicentennial Man.
That was pretty good, actually.
Yeah, Robin Williams is like an android and stuff.
An android, he wants to be human.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got pissed off about that movie. Something to do with Disney and stuff.
What was it? Hook was a weird one.
Oh yeah, when Robin Williams was like a grown Peter Pan and stuff.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
That was.
Bosco was in that movie too.
Yeah, growing up, that was a fun one.
A live action Popeye movie.
That was the shit, dude. That was the shit when I was a kid watching that.
Yeah, same here.
I completely forgot a live action Popeye.
That was the best Popeye. Like that was the shit, dude. Fucking, I wish I had that on DVD.
I was obsessed with Popeye when I was little.
Now that was just too much.
Yeah, that was like one of my first cartoons when I was little. Popeye. I wanted to see Popeye take on like the classic cartoon Superman.
Yeah.
Who would win?
The Man of Steel, but Popeye ate some spit. He was practically invincible.
Superman.
Superman would be all right until Popeye eats his spinach.
I'm just saying, Popeye was freaking invincible once he ate that stuff. Nobody could take him on then.
Reason I love spinach to this day, Popeye.
I have three of some of my favorite cartoon movies he was in: the Happy Feet series and Fern Gully.
Oh, Fern Gully is awesome, man.
I love Fern Gully.
I won't lie, I actually did kind of like Fern Gully.
True, I forgot about that. He played that wax bat.
Oh yeah, Batty.
He played a fruit bat.
he had the Batty rap, man.
The name is Batty. The logic is a ratty.
Oh shit, yes.
I love that song. I even actually looked up like the full version of that on YouTube at one point.
And they had like 2 or 3 different remixes for that song.
Yeah. Though of course, everyone's favorite character in that entire movie was the freaking bad guy. Freaking sexy pollution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
It's like he was orgasming every time he sang that song.
It did.
Feel my toxic love.
Just leave it to Tim Curry to make pollution sexy.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, no, he's ignoring the heck out of it.
Just because of Tim Curry exes. That movie should have been rated R. If it was rated R, Tim Curry would have won the extra mile.
Yeah. He would have got 2 Oscars for that one.
Texas, instead of 2 X's, would have 3 in his name.
There are a lot of random talent up in that movie. I think they had like half the cast were Latin up in there.
Christian Slater was in there.
Oh yeah, wasn't he like the construction worker?
Let's see, he was Pips. Who was Pips?
Pips. Oh yeah, he was the red hair fan.
Yeah.
The one that looked like a red-haired version of freaking Link from Legend of Zelda.
Jonathan Ward was in there.
Yeah.
Cheech Marin and Tommy Chong. Cheech and Chong.
Cheech Chong was actually
For real? I don't even remember that shit for real.
They were the rednecks driving the thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Robert Pastorelli was in there.
Oh yeah, I heard the rapper Tone Lock was like that. That what, the Komodo dragon or monolith or whatever that thing was. It might as well be you.
Brian Cummings was interesting.
That's where Tone Lock or you just find him in random movies. I'm sorry.
You could have been stuck in a. Hey, you guys could have been stuck in a theater with grown men wondering how a rabbit got so lucky.
You talking about Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Now I just got Toxic Love stuck in my head.
First time I saw that in theaters, I'm like every other guy in the room. How did a rabbit get that lucky?
Well, because he fucks like a rabbit.
You never had an awkward...
that guy anyway. He makes me laugh.
You never had an awkward puberty until you scoured the internet or anything ever trying to find crossover fan art of Jessica Rabbit in Hollywood.
Yes.
Yeah. I never actually saw Cool World.
Cool World.
And yet somehow I saw Holly first.
And she has the nerve to say she's not bad. She's just drawn that way.
Yeah.
You told me you got out of handcuffs the whole time. No, only when it was funny.
Why did you
every time I hear about Cool World, I've always heard about how like the I can't remember the name of the director, like had so much changed to it out of his control from the studio or the publisher or whatever. And I'm just sitting there wondering how effed up this would have been if he would have just been able to do it the way he wanted. Because I've heard him talk about it. It's some crazy shit.
What? How Who Framed Roger Rabbit could have been?
No, not Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Cool World. Cool World.
Cool World. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I heard
Cool World, if they would have went with perfect artistic integrity, would have been like 50 times more fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, the premise is there's a real life person having sex with a cartoon.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't be about the cartoon and the real life person trying to do the dirty. They would have already done the dirty and had a kid who had like this fucked up half cartoon, half human kid, like trying to like get revenge on their father or some shit.
I think that was a premise of a Fox cartoon TV show one time where they had like this middle-aged He-Man and try to live in like a suburban life and stuff. And then they had a kid that was like cartoon from the waist down or something.
However, you will never experience surrealism until you've gone out of your way to sit down and watch Fritz the Cat and then try to watch Howard the Dirty Duck.
Howard the Duck and Fritz the Cat.
You watch those two movies in that order, you will experience surrealism like you've never seen.
Man, I don't know. For some reason, I've always tried. For some reason,
I don't know how it has a dirty mind.
Just do it stoned.
What is Vic saying?
Just do it stoned.
I never saw Howard the Duck all the way
We
through.
all know that Howard has a dirty mind, so we're not going to even go there.
You know what? Now that I mentioned it, I actually want to watch Fritz the Cat and Down and Dirty Duck again for whatever reason, just to experience that again.
It feels weird having not seen Howard the Duck all the way through and yet wanting to write Howard the Duck once upon a time.
Oh, fuck yes.
I'm just saying, you have a story about a cartoon duck in a real life world of people.
Yeah.
That is just inviting some real out of the ordinary freaking Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy stuff to just happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duck with his human girlfriend just walking down the street all of a sudden, then a portal just opens up into the sky and mutant insect vampires just show up and just start attacking people. And they have to like take them out with some sort of handheld flame or like heat wave from the flash or something. Just like Howard the freaking Duck. What can't happen to this guy? A guy called the Space Turnip for God's sake.
Or is it Howard said he was a magnet for bad luck?
No one like Howard.
Speaking of cartoons and shit, let's get a bit more into modern day, shall we? Have y'all seen the freaking live action, the trailers for the live action Pokemon movie?
Oh yeah, with Detective Pikachu and all that.
I gotta say, I appreciate two things. One, Ryan Reynolds, and two, they kept the original soundbite of the Pika Pika from the games and anime, but I have to give the movie like negatives in score because lack of Danny DeVito Pikachu.
I knew it.
I was surprised I didn't go with that. I mean, nothing against Ryan Reynolds. I'm sure he'll nail being a Pikachu.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. It just seems like Danny DeVito might have sold this a little bit there. Just having like this gruff detective.
The only way they can ever make that up is that they just need to have the word Magnum somewhere in the movie.
Yeah.
While Pikachu is on screen, just have the word Magnum somewhere. Pikachu needs the Magnum condom for his Magnum rat dong.
Oh my.
So I'll also say the Mr. Mime, I had issues with his design at first, but the scene with the Mr. Mime was pretty solid.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they're actually going to let Pikachu try and just start saying random stuff to people and seeing what he can actually get away with, since the boy's the only one that can understand him.
Like in the trailer, he like tried to hit on a random girl, but all that was ever said was Pika Pika.
Yeah, and you know,
You're adorable. You're adorable. Kid,
So,
don't say that.
No. You guys don't know. Pikachu has game, man. He knows how to get in them panties and drop them.
Pikachu could have anybody freaking wants.
I say, whenever I watch the trailer,
man.
one of my favorite comments on the video, and I know it is completely wrong, but it was just so hilarious because I didn't expect it. It was like first live action Pokemon movie we've ever gotten, and the whole story is, and the main character is a black guy trying to find his father.
No.
Oh, you're right.
I
No,
didn't even think about that until
No.
motherfucker.
Oh man.
I know it's a very wrong joke fitting for a card for Cards Against Humanity, but God, it was just so hilarious.
I know the funny thing.
I should mention that dude's British too on top of it.
Okay.
And you guys know that the movie is supposed to be PG-13, meaning that technically Pikachu can say fuck one time.
Well, it's Ryan Reynolds, so I mean.
Yeah, Dan DeVito too.
So that Ryan Reynolds is fucking Pikachu.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He went from Deadpool to Pikachu. Here, I'm not sure what that says about
fucking shit.
his career at this point.
Does that mean in like Deadpool 3, he's just gonna have like a Pikachu keychain somewhere?
I'm surprised he didn't already.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that there were no hype for this movie until the trailer was released. I mean, there were no posters. There were no like, oh, Pikachu movie.
And I'm wondering why they're even doing it, because it's based off. Well, I'm not asking it's based, but it shares the same concept as the game Detective Pikachu. Like it's like in the movie's title, but
I never even finished that game either.
I never see anyone talk about Detective Pikachu.
No,
It
me
had
neither.
hype once upon a time, but I haven't heard much since it came out.
Well, like I've seen the advertisements and the commercials, but it's like as soon as it released, I just never heard about it ever again.
Yeah, it's like.
I mean, as far as I played, it wasn't a bad game or anything. It was basically, I don't know, it played almost like a Sam and Max game. But you know,
that's not what I wanted
to gameplay. That would have been a whole different Pokemon game if it were more like Sam and Max.
Yeah.
Having a Pikachu and a dude just going around messing up random people trying to solve a mystery.
Now I just want the guy to look down at the Pikachu while wearing a fedora, saying, "Sometimes I worry about you, little buddy."
Yeah, one thing though, I don't care what people said. I think the Jigglypuff in the trailer is cute. I don't care what people say.
That Jigglypuff is a freaking serial killer, man.
No, that motherfucking for real.
Not that I don't think it's cute.
So that shit.
That Jigglypuff is out for blood. Freaking uncorked the microphone instead of a marker freaking switchblade.
I'm just saying, I didn't quite visualize Jigglypuff having some fur. I thought Jigglypuff was going to be like all smooth like a pig or something.
Y'all gotta watch out. Y'all gotta watch out for Jigglypuff. He'll cut you like a bitch. He will. You gotta watch out.
I would be surprised if Jigglypuff murdered those two at some point.
The funny thing is, in both Melee and Brawl, I would play Jigglypuff to be a troll because I would always win because I was able to time the sleep like on point.
Exactly. Jigglypuff will put you to sleep and then you can kill you when you want.
Now, here, y'all. Jigglypuff, that motherfucker, he'll put you to sleep. Then he'll put you to sleep.
He'll put you out your misery.
Take somebody.
And then he'll rat a dick on your face.
I want that.
Yeah, you careful, he might carve you into one.
That was the darndest thing about Jigglypuff too. Hey, y'all remember back when the Pokemon cartoon first came out and stuff?
Yeah.
And Jigglypuff became a recurring character and all that.
Yeah.
One time somebody stayed awake during the song and we never saw Jigglypuff again. That was just it for Jigglypuff. The joke ended. Somebody was able to stay awake through the song. And that was just the end of Jigglypuff. We never saw
that episode of the anime where there was like a whole like spaceship full of Jigglypuffs that just left to go to their home planet.
It was like I think it was like fairies or something. But yeah. And there was like a freaking epic slap fight between them.
The people needed them. They had to go back to their home planet.
I must go. My people need me.
Charizard, baby, he come in, he burn a nigga to the ground. Tell you what, he kill you.
I have to say, Charizard, you don't mess with Charizard for the live action movie is pretty solid.
Although I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually more excited to watch Detective Pikachu than Avengers because I'm like, dude, it's just another Marvel movie. We've seen that.
Yeah,
but
we haven't seen a live action Pokemon just yet.
Fuck, this is different, man. I want to see it. I'm not gonna lie. I really want to.
This is different, and we got a 50-50 of it being actually decent and being an absolute train wreck. I gotta see this.
Yeah. I mean, I already saw Ant-Man Wasp. I'm good for a while. I want to see what's going on.
I've already seen half of these motherfuckers get killed off. I'm good.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, my kids know they come yet.
Hey, fellas, I gotta get.
Not a place for you to die.
Fellas, I gotta go.
All right, it's like we love you, bro.
Y'all, good night.
Great having you here. Hey, wait, I want to tell you that you're my official co-host for your Friendly Neighborhood Ninjas channel. It's gonna be Slim Jimmy.
I'm everybody who's listening out there. If anybody is, probably not, but that's all right. Please go out and check out Little Girl Lethal and see if you like it. And if you do, put some money down on it. We're gonna have another stretch goal coming up here pretty soon, and we got a bunch of fun stuff coming. If you want to get put in the book, there's some higher tiers. You can pay a couple $100 and you will be immortalized in 10 pages done by Troy Torres in a Bruce Timm style. And you may even be able to get like Sugar kissing you or Sugar killing you or Sugar doing other things to you. We'll see.
Yeah. Links are in the description, guys, for Slick's. You can go check it out. Links are in the description.
All right, brother. It was good. It was good talking with you. I'm glad to meet you. Those I haven't met before, I'm glad to meet you, and those I've known before.
Glad to meet you
it's
too.
Good to hang with. You take care, Mighty. You seem like a cool cat. Thanks. Take care, man. All right, y'all.
See you later, bro.
Bye-bye.
All right, man. See you later.
Have a good one.
All right, man.
Man, I wish I had known that they were expanding the parks on Little Girl. Like they had finally made a contribution. Like
you already got yours, didn't you? You already bought yours.
Man, it'll take ages to freaking refund that thing and apply it to something else.
Ooh, what would you have her do to you?
Oh,
At me.
I'm just curious.
I have some idea. I did. Yeah. I'm open to options. I would settle. I won't lie. I would actually settle for Little Girl Lethal actually taking on all right. I don't even care if she kicks his ass. I would actually welcome that. I won't lie. I'm the kind of guy that's more interested in seeing his characters appear and stuff rather than himself. So I would probably be bored of my own appearance and stuff. I'm like, I want to see something I made, do some things.
Yeah.
Yo, for real, I'm so glad you guys showed up tonight. This is great. Freaking so fun hanging out with you guys. For real.
Yeah.
I was able to make it. I won't lie. I kind of missed the first while, 2 hours or so because I party.
That's all right, man. It's all right. I don't mind.
Yeah, this was a last minute thing, so that's what we're gonna say about that.
Yeah, I like to do kind of shorter streams anyway. Serious over here, dedicated to any one subject.
Right.
Real talk, though. I think Real talk though, I think Sugar Life might be too much for the guy.
Just a little too much wild for him.
Excel talks a big game, but women happen to be his biggest weakness.
he acts like a player, but as soon as the ball's in his court, he fumbles hard.
Just throwing bricks. Yo, for real.
I Cruz turned into a straight up breaking door.
This is at the moment where Horizon just puts his finger into his card and just starts stretching it a bit.
Wait, what?
This is just the moment where Horizon just puts his finger in his card and just stretches it a bit. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, but about that title though, little girl, lethal.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always afraid to search for it on Google because I'm like, man, what if someone was just monitoring this? You know, little girl, shit, man.
Exactly.
Lethal.
What if this turns out into a way I don't want it to turn out?
Exactly.
Although I assume he starts to get. Although to be fair, I assume Gar starts to get over once he meets up with freaking Yuri Moon.
Yeah, we got some good comics coming you guys' way. Whoever's watching, eventually, there's going to be some massively good comics coming out to everybody.
Oh yeah, and as we're talking, I've been working a bit on the two that I'm involved in.
Oh yeah.
So, well, I know one of them that I guess we kind of have to keep it a little under wraps, but what's can you talk about the other one that you're working on there, Numbing?
My own personal comic that I've been working on.
Yeah, if you want.
It's a bit solo, but once I get at least the first issue, scripted out and proofread and get a basic storyline for the rest of it, I'm going to be searching for editors and artists, colorists, letterers, all the fancy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I could talk a bit about it if y'all don't mind me just rambling on for a bit.
This is one of the things that we love over here is comics. And if you want to tell us fun comic ideas, I don't think anybody over here is going to be opposed.
No,
I don't know.
All right, so this is a bit of a comic, which has been going on for maybe a few months, but altogether, actual work put in, probably compiled a week's worth of work into it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a Western comic based in a fantasy world a bit. I got the inspiration from it because of my source inspiration for getting into comics in general and Comicsgate, Jack Irons, the Steel Cowboy.
Yeah,
it's been a while since he.
Oh yeah, there's a link to Jack Irons' Twitter account, at least in the description, I think.
Yeah, I saw that. But it's been a while since I saw a good Western anything in a while, and Jack Irons just kind of hit me in that way. And primarily, I wasn't really too into comics in general, but Cody was such a cool guy, and his stuff was so good that I got into Comicsgate, and then everyone in Comicsgate got me into comics, and I got into this comic book. Before, I was just a tabletop developer, and I started developing a tabletop game, and then I kind of used that to base off of this comic. So it's about this girl named Cassidy Thompson, and and she's traveling around in this land called the West. It's just called the West. It's the world itself. It's a fantasy world that I came up with. The major place is all going to take part in is the West, but there's another huge place called the Republic. It's sort of based like on the American government during the times of the Wild West. You know, very metropolitan on the East Coast, and over to the west, there's this huge landmark called the Great Ravine. It was too wide to build bridges over. It was too deep to really scale and reliably. And every time people tried to go around it by the sea, they will never be seen again because the Great Ravine goes right from the north coast all the way down to the south coast. There's just no way to go over it. So it was like this huge thing, like what's over at the West? What's the West all about? We need to go see the West. And by that time, like steam and coal engines, trains, steel industry became a thing, and they were finally able to make bridges durable enough to actually go across the Great Ravine. So now, like the West is now accessible, and people are just going there wholesale. And only come to find out, the West, like after like so many decades and generations, there is no end to it. There's no West Coast yet found. And things just start winding up a bit weird along that way. And Cassidy Thompson, when she was born, her family went off into the West to get like a new beginning out there. Sort of like a lot of the propaganda talks about get a new start out in the West, sort of thing, like manifest destiny sort of shit, you know. Yeah. But when she was like 9, or at least I think it was 9, I have it. Outlaws came to her family's farm and basically just put the place to the torch, really, and killed her. You know, like killed her family. They were about to sell her, you know, into slavery. You know, but she fought back. It pissed them off a bit. Then they started beating on her to like near death, and she gets rescued by a ranger named Johnny Guitar Thompson. You know, reference to the song Johnny Guitar. There's a lot of references to stuff in this, and you know, he deals with the outlaws, and he winds up adopting her and starts, you know, teaching her how to survive out on her own in the West. And when she's in her late teenage years, they run into the same outlaw gang, and they gun Johnny down. They killed Johnny, and and all these experiences she felt was so egregious to her that she actually becomes claimed by the West. And what I mean by that is that this comic also gets a bit of like superhero-y, where people who experience great tragedy out in the West gets claimed by the West, and what that does is that it gives them like superhuman abilities, you know. And her ability is that she has higher cognitive abilities, like she's able to think and react to things faster than a normal human. The best way I can describe it is
perception.
The best way I would describe it is anyone here ever played or seen anyone play Detroit Become Human?
No, not yet. No.
Not yet.
Okay, well, if you ever
seen some gameplay, yeah.
Do you know the Marcus sections where the world
just
kind
go
of like
ahead, just tell us. Just tell us. You know, just go through it because I don't think none of us, you know, even for our viewers.
Well, in that game, you play a character called Marcus, who's an android, and he has certain segments within his parts of the game where you go into this mode where like the world stands still, and you're able to like plan out different like actions you want to do, and you see like the results of what will happen in like seconds at a time. Like in the real world, like time doesn't pass, but in Marcus's mind, like he's able to like map out like hundreds of different things at one time, you know, and plan stuff out for his next course of action. It's sort of like that.
Okay.
She's able to like plan out all sorts of different things, like super quick. And basically her whole deal is that she's trying to tough it out in the West with this new ability and try to get revenge for her parents and her adoptive father, basically. And of course, along the way she has like all sorts of adventures in the different landscapes the West has, and experience all the weirdness that goes on in there, while she tries to deal with the trauma of her past to become like a different person, sort of. I got like a shit ton of stuff planned. As far as I'm concerned, it's in an indefinite thing. I got no hardcore ending to it. And I got a lot of characters planned and a lot of references to like stuff that's really out there in the West, or stuff that's based off of the West, she doesn't introduce herself to people as Cassidy Thompson. She introduced herself as Annie Jane, and Annie Jane is a combination of two names from two people who were famous out in the West. One being Annie Oakley, who was sort of like praised to be like the world.
World's greatest female gunslinger.
Yup. You still there, Numbing? We lose him?
Numbing, you there, bro?
He's still here, but I think he muted himself.
Numbing? Numbing!
I think he muted himself.
Oh, what happened there?
Oh, did I cut out?
Yeah, you cut out real bad. I don't know what the heck you just said.
You're talking about Annie Oakley?
Yeah. She's like Annie Oakley and Calamity Jane.
Yeah. She calls herself Annie Jane, is based off Annie Oakley and Calamity Jane, the world's best like female sharpshooter from Buffalo's Wild Show. And I remember like Calamity Jane was like a missionary out there or something. It's been a while since I read up on Calamity Jane. And of course, her adopted father is named Johnny Guitar Thompson, which is from the song Johnny Guitar. The leader of the outlaw gang that the Crimson Riders, who caused her a lot of trouble in life, is named Slick Red, which is based off of the outlaw Texas Red from the song Big Iron.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah. And his name is Slick Red because he's also claimed by the West, and his ability is that he is like superhuman quick. Superhuman quick. I also have a character called Templar, who is also claimed by the West. He's like he's got like superhuman toughness. He can get shot for days and be fine, basically. And his name, his name Templar is in reference to Paladin, which was an old Western TV show.
Yeah.
And just like Paladin, he's also a mercenary. And I haven't thought it out completely yet, but I'm also going to have a Big Bad John reference character in there.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta have Big Bad John.
Of course.
Man, dude, you gotta have at least one Clint Eastwood reference in there, man.
Oh, what?
Clint Eastwood reference, man.
At least. Oh, of course, there's definitely going to be Clint Eastwood.
You forgot the man with no name.
The man with no name. Yeah, never going to have that. And
Yo, I own that soundtrack.
It's great.
Oh, but you can download it on any music download site.
Yeah, well, I owned it since before you could do that.
Right on.
I went out and got that shit as soon as I could. I was like, oh man, when I was younger, I realized that you could get soundtracks for certain things. Yeah, that was one that I wanted. I was like, I want the good, the bad, and the ugly soundtrack.
Good, the bad, and the ugly.
I went out pissed off. Never find the soundtrack. The lyrics. Some of my favorite movies.
Yeah, Numbing. I'm really liking the concept of the West, man. Yeah.
If there's one thing a lot of people like whenever I try to explain what the comic's about
anymore.
Yeah. There's one thing everyone loves when I try to explain the comic. They love the a lot of the world building because like I love the world build and they love some of the aspects of it. Like one of the big things they like is how currency works out in the West. When you go out of the Republic's like effective range of order, the note, which is what their official currency is, just becomes absolutely worthless. And what ends up happening is that instead of using the note, everyone uses military grade ammunition for currency. And they sort of have like
no good here.
And they sort of have like half and half of an official commerce system, or maybe dealing with like people who are like extremely well off, or with traders, or it's purely a bartering system with like everybody else who will only like accept the ammunition for the guns that they actually use.
Yeah, because it makes sense in a place as dangerous as that. Money ain't worth shit. You want ammo for your gun.
Yeah, ammunition.
Yeah.
Right.
And of course, there's like two different types of ammunition. You got the military grade, which is used for currency and for like absolute emergencies. We have to use this for extra firepower, and like shit tier scavenged from scrap metal, baked bullets.
Dude, you gotta have some like a counterfeiting group trying to pass off shit bullet that's military grade. You gotta have.
Oh yeah, it looks like physically like military grade. Yeah, you probably get some of those. And another bit of world building that people sort of likes is this game idea that I came up with. It's called a congressional motivator, and what that is basically a combination of a truth and dare with Russian roulette. You know, you do the Russian roulette thing where you empty out the chambers in the pistol, you keep the one bullet in, spin the chamber, then you spin the gun, it points at the person picks it up and puts the gun to their head. And what happens after that is that the people around them will give them a challenge, like a truth or dare, and the person can either like do the challenge and then just put the gun down and they're fine, they don't have to play anymore, or they refuse to do it and pull the trigger. If the bullet's in there, well, they're dead. But if it's fine, you just put the gun down and spin it again, and they have to keep playing. And what a lot of people love is just the name, Congressional Motivator.
Wow.
Yeah. And there's also some fun tidbits that I also want to do, like outside of the comic, that would affect like the book itself. Like I don't plan at first to have physical copies. I just want to do it as cheap as possible. So the initial release would just be virtual only. If it gets really popular, I can have a stretch goal for physical copies, or do another like Indiegogo later down the line for physical copies. But like the moment we do have physical copies, one thing I would love to do is to commission like random artists that I like to basically come up with political cartoons to have on the insides of the front and back cover. One from the perspective of the Republic, like a Republic, like a pro-Republic newspaper political cartoon, and then an anti-Republic pro-Western newspaper comic cartoon at the end. That'd be fun tidbits, and like with every new issue, we have like 2 new artists do the Republic and Western cartoons. I figured that'd be pretty cool.
I'm liking that idea for sure.
You get a lot of community interaction there.
Yeah, not just that, and I think something like that can help flesh out the world more. You know, it's like watching this. Yeah, I've always liked stuff like that. You know, like this little posters in the cartoons. You know, it's like, yeah, it was obviously the Empire and whatever the fuck. You know, like when they make those Star Wars political posters for the Empire, shit like that, and like join the Empire, you know, so surf in the Stormtrooper Corps, stuff like that. I've always liked that when people do. Yeah.
And like, you know, the pro Republic cartoons could be like the whole Manifest Destiny, have a new star on the West, support the Republic sort of thing. Meanwhile, the Western ones like be like, oh, they're all the politicians in the Republic are just pigs. You need to bring down the government, anarchy, and all that shit.
Mm.
You know, they got their own themes to them.
Yeah.
Keep talking. There's a train coming.
Okay. Yeah. There's one thing that I like about Cassidy's design that I want to always be present whenever she's in a comic. I never want it to not be present. Is the fact that she has a, what side do I have it on? She has a eye patch, I believe, on the left side of her face.
Yeah.
And the reason why I always want that to be a thing every time she's in a shot somewhere is because I want there to always be a constant reminder that no matter what's going on, she is never safe in the world, because she got that because her eye was busted beyond repair, beyond use, when she was 9, when the outlaws like beat her to a bloody pulp for trying to fight back. So I always wanted to have that constant reminder.
I see.
Yeah.
I mean, poor choice of words. I mean, we're talking about her eye, and the first thing I say is I see like a chucklehead. That's kind of crap. I'll get the dude punched in the face.
That's sensitive.
What were you saying?
I can see some really funny jokes coming about when she meets the guys that actually did that to her.
Oh yeah.
Here's for that punch in the face.
Oh, and there's another thing that I sort of like, that sort of added in. I tried to explain it to a friend, and he's like, that is so morbidly confusing. I love it. And it's her exact relationship with Johnny Guitar and how it just screwed her up for life. Like let me see if I can get it down. Okay, so she's kind of neurotic. She is an incredible loner. She tries not to get involved too deeply with people, though she helps out because, that's what, Johnny would want her to do. But the thing is, she does not want to get emotionally attached to people because of her feelings for Johnny Guitar. And at one point, he is like, her adopted father. He raised her since she was 9 up until 16. He's a father to her. But not only that, but he's also a teacher. He taught her how to shoot, how to sneak, how to get out of bindings and grapples, how to fight, and how to treat herself and all this other stuff. But he is also her rescuer because he saved her from being beaten to death or be sold into basically like sex slavery as a 9-year-old. But and also whenever she got into like her later years, with the puberty and the hormones, she actually started developing like romantic feelings for him. But before she can conceptualize and get what's it called, like closure on those feelings, he ends up getting gunned down. So it's like she has like so much shit going on around the time. She just has no idea how to deal with it. And just couple that with like all the trauma she's already experienced and the harshness of the West itself. She's not there altogether.
I'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you said it was like delightfully fucked up is how you would describe it. Delightfully fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's good, man. I mean, it's like I think we've heard this complaint a lot in a lot of like the modern day Marvel and DC comics is that the main character doesn't get put through hell. You know, it's like they're always yeah, and like what you're doing is that you're putting your character through hell. You know, because you have to earn her happy ending, and also to me it shows her strength as the main character. You know, meaning that all of this shit happened to her, and she's still.
Yeah, the one thing that is making her go is that she feels that if she didn't, she would be letting Johnny down. That's like her one drive is to, you know, what would Johnny do, basically. As she's like trying to solve her shit, trying to get her shit together. And at one point, I do want her to end up killing, you know, Slick Red, the big bad. But even despite that, you know, the comic still goes on with a different arc. But one thing I'm planning, I don't know if I want to do it before or after she kills Slick Red. But one thing I do want to happen is for her to try and continue her own personal like growth, is to basically have her get put into Johnny's shoes and wind up like saving a little kid and becoming a bit like an adoptive mother and trying to deal with that.
Now that would be something.
That would be interesting, but that would be like way later down the line.
Yeah.
I haven't decided when that would happen. And of course, because of what Johnny meant to her after she buried Johnny, she carries around 3 mementos of him everywhere she goes. 1 is Johnny's pistol, 2 is Johnny's hat, and 3 is Johnny's guitar. Yeah, and you know, she always plays the guitar like every night. And just for reference, I am actually like for like a couple of scenes, she will be just randomly singing the song Johnny Guitar, just because. Just because, and there's one thing you should never do is touch that guitar. You never touch the guitar. And in the first issue, you'll see why. Because in the first issue, what's going to happen is that we wake up to a cold start of her, you know, being like half naked, like in underclothes, tied up with like bruises and everything. Or she's been beat up and rustled in like this outlaw hideout. And we have like this segment of back and forth of current day in the past, where Johnny Guitar is teaching her, you know, her survival tricks as she's doing them, trying to get out, killing a few outlaws, trying to get her stuff back. And while she's trying to get out, she finds one of the outlaws who is playing that guitar.
Yeah.
And she goes mental on the guy.
Never touch that guitar.
No, what does she do? Cut his hand off or his arm? Or does she kill him altogether?
Or break his fingers.
I haven't pinpointed exactly what I want her to do, but it is going to be brutal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It is going to be brutal. And I can already tell that my comic is probably going to be hella controversial. Just never read the fact I already told us stuff before, but controversial in the point within the Western fan community, because despite being Western, I'm not going to have like the Native American plot lines you expect from a Western. Just because I think that would ruin the mystery and the mysticism of the West itself. Because the whole point is that no one has ever been there. That's the whole reason why people want to go there. No one's ever been there, and has ever been done with it. No one knows what it is, what it's like, what's in there, whatever else. And just having just imagine them building the railroads and the bridges. Like, yeah, finally we have reached unmarked territory that no one's ever explored before. And then like five steps down the line, there's just this friggin' cluster of teepees with people just sitting around smoking a peace pipe. It's like, oh, people were here already.
Right.
Yeah. So already, that's the thing. There's gonna be no Native Americans, which I feel people may like, may not like.
Does it even take place in America?
Yeah.
That's.
And
sounds like
besides, I don't do any plot lines that are like, oh, well, your people did whatever to my people. I don't want to deal with that's not what the comic's supposed to be about.
Right.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah, and it's also saying like I was trying to do world building. I do the world building like in every step, and of course, it's popularly run by humans, and of course, us humans in real life are diverse. We got all this stuff. We got like people from all over the place looking all sorts of different. And I'm just wondering if to go along with the I don't want any your people has done stuff to my people storylines. I was even considering I don't know if I even want like black people in there quite yet, because I haven't even mapped out like all the different like continents from overseas or anything yet. So I'm just wondering like what real life racists even have in there. I definitely don't want Chinamen in there, because Chinamen were incredibly instrumental with development out in the West. It's like I don't even know if I even want black people in there, because I don't know if the Republic even had a reason for having black people in there, because in America, you had the slavery thing, but it's like, well, I don't think the Republic had a use for slavery during their time in development. So, and I haven't even done all the continents, so it's like I don't know what race is that in there quite yet. So again, there'll be a lot of diversity issues, which I know a lot of the usual suspects would complain a lot about.
Well, if it is taking place in America, though, I mean, like, you got to consider your history or your alt history.
Yeah, but it's not based in America. It's just based in a world that's got a government like the American government.
No, you putting this on an alternate Earth, then?
Yeah, and so like the West itself, you got the Great Ravine, which is even bigger than the Great
Brainstar and make it on another planet.
Yeah, that's basically what it is, because the West literally has no end. It's going to be quite literally a point that the West has no end whatsoever. There is no such thing as a West Coast. So it's just a thing to just carry on forever in the westward direction, which it makes no sense planet-wise. Like, there's stuff going on east-wise, but the West, it just goes on forever. It's like its own different dimension.
So this might even might not even take place in, like, say, a physical like, it's not necessarily the same reality that anyone has ever experienced.
Right. Oh yeah, definitely not. If anything, I take a lot of inspiration on that from an anime that I recently watched called Made in Abyss, where it's sort of the same concept, but instead of east or west, it's like down into the earth. Yeah. There's like no end in sight to this giant ass hole in the ground.
Yeah.
And got a lot of weird shit going on with it too. But I also have it that way that way, like the West, as I said, is like a bit weird, just like a lot of weird bullshit going on with it. And it's sort of like a very cheap way to explain like crossovers.
Yeah.
Someone from another comic comes in, is in the West somehow, or if she goes out of the West into another, or if Cassidy goes out of the West into a comic somewhere, and it's like, the West being the West.
Anything is possible.
Yeah.
Anything's possible in the Wild Wild West.
Exactly.
And I was even
thinking of that song from Will Smith.
My favorite remix of that is "Wow Wow" by Neil Gacira. It's like a combination, like the first few seconds, like a combination of Smash Mouth All Star and Space Cowboy, and then it goes into Wild Wild West with something else. I have no idea what the other song is, but it's a great remix. I listened to that. I'm like, dude, I need this to be the opening theme to like a Boondock style Western comedy.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out what kind of theme I'd give the Gull Riser. I want like some sort of fast-paced ass theme, like
I already know.
Cowboy Bebop
opening. That would have for Cassidy would be a cover of the Wheel in the Sky, a Wheel in the Sky by Journey, but like acoustic and very somber. The wheel in the sky just keeps on turning. Don't know where I'll be tomorrow.
Big wheels keep on turning, primary keep on burning. All right, couldn't resist.
Yeah.
I know. I was waiting for it.
There's another song I would love to use as a theme for someone. It's Save My Soul, which is pretty good, by Blue Sacramento, I think the band's called.
Mm.
It has a pretty good song. I only discovered that because of Men Who Built America.
Oh, you know what? I just realized another theme that would fit Gar. All right, it was like from this anime movie I saw a while back, AI City. It was basically a bunch of psychic power people battling this evil organization like this almost futuristic New York City style place. Yeah, just look up AI City Psychic Man when you ever get a chance.
I'll keep that in mind. Oh yeah, and I forgot. There's another thing that goes on with those that were claimed by the West. I'm not too sure how. Yeah. I'm not sure how deeply I want to go into explaining because it could get squirrely down the line. But I'll do a safe thing. So basically, when you're claimed by the West, you're like a pseudo immortal a bit. I say that because you cannot age when you become claimed, but you can be killed by literally anything else: disease, starvation, dehydration, getting shot. The basic stuff. You just can't age. But
right.
there's also the thing that you can't leave the West once you're claimed. If you're claimed by the West and you try to go over the Great Ravine to the Republic, you just disintegrate like right then and there. You can't go. But if the West like it has a will of its own, if the West wants you to go somewhere else, it'll take you somewhere else and then bring you right back.
Mm.
But you can't leave the West once you're claimed.
Wow.
So yeah, I would just like to imagine like a Cassidy. So I just like to imagine a Cassidy that after she kills like Slick, it's like, okay, now all I gotta do is just basically just make Johnny proud until I just grow old and die. Only come like a couple decades down the line, just figure out, oh, I can't die.
Right. So you gotta figure out how to do that.
Yeah. Well, of course, she can still die through the regular means of everything else. You just can't die from old age.
Right.
Got one of them Jonah Hex situations. Then,
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's just, and then there's the catch-22 of like, well, I can't kill myself because that would be doing Johnny wrong.
Yeah. I saved your life just so you could take it yourself. Oh, crap is that?
Right.
And it's also like, I also can't let someone else kill me just like that. I have to defend myself. Otherwise, I would still be doing Johnny wrong. So it's like, this is a whole conflicting thing, you know, where she wants to die, but she can't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That reminds me of a line I heard in One Piece one time, where it's just like killing, where Luffy told Sanji was like killing yourself is no way to honor a debt to someone.
Right.
I don't know, it just kind of stuck with me there.
Yeah.
And I went into this whole thing. I just wanted to try and encapsulate like the wonderment and freedom that came with the old Wild West, but also just the brutality and tragedy that was just as equal with it at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It is a beautiful tragedy, basically.
I always love that word, beautiful tragedy.
Yeah, that I'm trying to go for.
Phrase there.
Yeah, it's like beautiful nightmare, beautiful tragedy.
I've actually created a comic that would be taken the wrong way a couple years ago.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was about 3 women who died and were sent back to Earth to redeem themselves of their sins.
Oh, okay.
This involved killing major criminals. But here's the catch: every criminal they came across was female. You get where this is going?
Oh boy.
And why this would be a little controversial?
Yeah. Well, that's because the women can't do wrong.
Exactly.
The women don't do that.
Well, you know, if it was men that went down to kill nothing but women who were committing crimes,
it'd be some big trouble.
No, the thing is, the only criminals that really come up on their radar are the women who are committing major atrocities against humanity. So, like I said, you see why this would be a little too much.
Yeah, I suppose.
But yeah, that's the basic concept and everything about that with my comic. I haven't even come up with a name for it yet. I do want to make like a spin-off series with other characters if this one kicks off, and the entire like universe would be called Tales from Beyond the Ravine, but I have no idea what to even call this comic yet. But how do y'all feel about it?
For that one, I just called it Spirits because I couldn't come up with anything else.
That's not a bad title, you know, as far as working. Yeah.
Very simple, to the point.
Yeah, for real. It's not like one of those, you know, you can keep the rights to that. So.
Yeah.
It's not bad, actually. I like that. And
there's a detective that comes up and wondering why are only female criminals being killed.
Must be done by a sexist, patriarchal, supporting man filth.
No, the detective is actually another woman who is very confused at why this is happening.
That's kind of thing that bothers me about modern day controversy. It's the slightest nitpick about a story's plot will result in a controversy.
Yeah.
You almost literally can't do anything without offending at least some person somewhere.
Exactly.
Heck, I'm almost worried. Heck, I'm almost worried my story will be controversial because the main character is basically the victim of human experimentation.
But I am just waiting. I am anticipating with a salivating mouth the controversy I would get. I mean, like freaking Goblin Slayer gets like shat on for like a month for like a 5-minute rape for not even 5 minute, not even a minute long rape scene. I can only imagine the kind of shit I would get involved with because, yeah, I'm not holding any punches back either. So there's going to be implied rape, a lot of attempted rape going on in my comic too. So I can only imagine the kind of shit I'll get.
It wasn't even the first anime or manga to have a scene like that. Either.
No.
Freaking Berserk and Kill a Kill, but like Agame Ga Kill was even worse than the manga.
Like freaking Berserk has some of that shit.
I think
Berserk got raped one
I can name one anime that was offensive before it was translated into English.
There was another one.
Actually, anime with Sailor Moon.
Wasn't there like a rape scene in JoJo Bizarre's Adventure?
Yeah, implied, but
yeah,
it was like
implied.
It was like with Polnareff's sister and whatnot. Nah, apparently in the manga she was raped and then killed by that two right-handed dude. In the anime, it was just killed.
You're right.
Yeah, they omitted that part from the anime.
I know. Well, what I was talking about with Sailor Moon, they took out a fairly harmless lesbian relationship and replaced it with an incestuous one.
Yeah. like instead of them being lesbian, they tried to make it like they were like cousins or something, but they still kept like all the.
You know what the weirdest thing about that was?
Very awkward.
You know what the weirdest thing about that was?
What?
Not that specifically, but apparently they did that with another anime, and I was kind of surprised when I figured it out. You guys remember that one show, Card Captors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean with the?
Apparently the main character's older brother was actually gay and in a relationship with the guy that turned out to be like some sort of arcane magic angel knight or something in the later series. I didn't even realize that was even a thing, even by anime standards.
In the original version, that wasn't offensive. Problem is, censors got a hold of it and turned it into something offensive.
Yeah.
But when you go back and do a character matchup, it's like, oh my god.
That's why I say localizers. Just translate the shit. Don't change a thing.
Don't change a thing,
Well, I suppose it wasn't as bad as what they did to One Piece.
Oh, don't go there. Please don't go there.
God, they killed that.
I will give it this one thing. The first round trip with the One Piece dubbing, I do prefer Sanji's voice. Just Sanji's voice.
Yeah, I won't lie. I thought it was amusing having a freaking Sylvester Stallone voice coming out.
Right.
I won't lie. I thought that was hilarious.
That was funny.
Yeah, he'd be saying all these fancy food-based attacks, but with like Stallone's voice. It's like, sirloin suck. I boss. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kept thinking it was like Joey Wheeler or something from Yu-Gi-Oh! Saying something every time.
Right.
A lot of people love to give a lot of anime dubbing shit, but if you just take the time to search here, you find some rather amazing dubs up there.
Yes,
oh yeah, they are out there.
Yes, they are.
We were talking a bit about that in the chat not too long ago. We had like Cowboy Bebop,
freaking anime,
Dragon Ball,
later like Speed Racer or freaking Battle of the Planets. You didn't even think that stuff was anime until you actually realized it.
Right.
Well, like some of the animes we mentioned are like amazing dubs were Cowboy Bebop.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Quite a few Dragon Ball series. Well, I don't count them amazing. They're at least better than Japanese because at least the English dub you can take the voices seriously.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you get like the same 6 voices when it comes to subbed anime. Hey,
freaking Kid Trunks in the original Japanese sounds more like a man than like 95% of the cast, including his future self.
Yeah, Goku straight up still sounded like a little kid, even when he was supposed to be like.
Another really good one was
voice back then too.
Like you ask yourself, does this guy ever grow up?
Another really good one was Samurai Champloo.
Ah, yeah.
A great dub.
Honestly, though, I think that one was made to be westernized.
It was basically hip hop breakdancing samurai, basically.
Yeah.
It was like alternative Black Afro samurai.
Yeah, that was made to be westernized. That was never intended for Japanese audiences.
And another one that was really good was Bakano.
Bakano? Bakano. That sounds familiar.
That was a pretty good dub.
Just the freaking Irish voice alone sells it.
Yeah.
Oh, hold up. We got some Irish voice characters up in here.
Yeah, that's some top quality Irish. You know what Bakano
I had to find that voice then because I do have an Irish superhero I was working on.
What Bakano is, it's basically mafia Pulp Fiction anime.
Yeah.
Bakano.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was the one with like the 2 mortal like what was it? Some bank robbers or something. I'm like that.
It was more than just 2 immortals.
I've been meaning to watch that one. I've been seriously trying hard to find episodes for that one. I wanted to see that one for a long time.
Watch Cartoon Online.
Oh, Watch Cartoon Online?
Yeah, Watch Cartoon Online. That's where I found it.
Yeah.
I never thought to look there.
But watch the dub. The dub is fantastic.
Oh, I will.
Oh, and I just love that the opening theme to that song is called Guns N' Roses. Confuse all the people.
I think they actually had a cameo in another anime now that I think about it. Like Pulse probably cameo and everything.
Probably.
That Dora anime and stuff with like the anime Crimson Blood, the headless rider and all that.
Oh god.
And that Shizuo guy was basically the freaking Hulk.
Yeah.
Seriously, that dude was straight up the Hulk. You can't tell me. He was constantly mad and constantly just destroying literally everything. Ripping out street signs and lights, chucking vending machines. That dude was the freaking Hulk. That was anime Hulk. Every other thing
another really good one.
Yeah.
Another really good one, if you like the classics, was Yu Yu Hakusho.
Oh god, that was one of my first anime. Man, I was raised on freaking Yu Yu Hakusho.
Spirit
Yu Yu Hakusho was perfection.
Yeah.
Man, indeed.
That was the only dub that I could truly tolerate.
But you know what though? I won't lie. When I first saw Yu Yu Hakusho, I straight up thought Kurama was a woman. I kid you not. I was still young. I was still young. Yeah.
You about 90,000 others thought the same thing.
And did not know any better.
Kurama was just one of the characters I thought, holy crap, who's that?
You have yet
lady
to
with the
be
pink hair?
enlightened. You have yet to receive eyes on the inside.
Like everything about Kurama's appearance just screamed woman in my head. I'm sorry.
I know. It's one of
the whole new world has opened before you.
I was so confused after I found out that was supposed to be a dude. I was like, wait, Kurama's a man?
Ooh, how do you think a lot of other people felt?
I'm just saying that's happened more than once when I see
know.
anime constantly mistaking a character that on the surface looks like a beautiful woman, only to find out it was a dude.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
I remember seeing this one series by Gona Guy where that was actually a running gag. There was this one dude whose whole gimmick was that he had a very woman-like face, but that was about it.
All right, guys. I'm starting to fade out, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it is 5:11 over here in the AMs.
4:11 over here.
I did fall asleep before
4:11 where I am.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird if I fall asleep and the stream just keeps going. Never hear from me again.
Come back like 3 hours later, like, hey, did you worry about
This breaks YouTube and YouTube shuts it down.
Yeah. Well, we did that once before, so I don't like to do that before because I like to give closing pitches before, you know.
Yeah.
So if people want to fast forward to the end or whatever.
Hey Ninja, who was with us when we go the full length of YouTube? I think it was me, you, and who else?
It was Piper and let's see. I think it was Neo.
Was it? I can't remember.
I think it was. I think it was you, Neo, Piper, and I. Because I said that I made the joke that I was the token white guy at the end.
Oh yeah. Oh god,
that was hilarious. That was a great stream.
White people can't be tokens.
The anime community, yeah, they can.
These are international streams, bruh.
Considering how standards go nowadays, if you get one white guy in there, you're automatically no longer diverse.
Right.
Diversity quotas are shot.
Manga's made in Japan at
We're
one point.
not going to talk about the 97 million half breeds that come through here.
It's not allowed.
Hey, Mighty.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for your Twitter profile, but I can't find it.
Oh, it's at Mighty Geek 21.
Oh, 21. Oh, I was looking for Mighty Geeks too.
Oh.
Yeah, let's give our closing pitches. I'll go from left to right. We'll go with Mighty. What is you go ahead and give all your anything that you want to shill for, or you want to tell people that they can follow you at, or if you have a channel of your own.
I have a channel of my own, which is Mighty Geek Studios on YouTube. You can find me at Mighty Geek 21 on Twitter. And I have a Facebook page under Terrence Hall.
All right. Mior, do you want to shill for yourself a little bit before we close out?
Yeah, sure, man. Okay, I have a webcomic that is still ongoing. It is updated monthly. You can find it on Tapas under the title The Broken and the Damned. It is basically... Yeah.
Broken and the Damned. That's good.
I'll have to look that up. I started looking on that site recently.
Well, I think that's something all of us can relate to.
Well, that basically
No, I
Anyway,
said that's something we can all relate to, being broken and damned.
well, yeah. No, no, actually, I picked the title because the acronym is BAD. BAD.
Yeah.
Oh, what's coming? Oh, it's bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway,
Okay,
yeah.
Very
Anyway,
cool.
it's basically a laugh a
oh, I was already following it.
yeah it's basically it's a Lovecraft light. It's basically, you know, what happens if the tentacle monster is the hero and he's going around. Yeah, that's the basic premise of the story. And I mean, there's more to it than that, but that's the basic premise. So yeah, you can go on over there, like it, subscribe it, and tell me it sucks or whatever you want. I don't mind. From you, and you can also follow me on Twitter. It's Mior Munir, MIOR MUNEER, and yeah, I think that's about it.
Okay.
All right, numbing. Last chance for shilling.
Well, I don't have much to show. I'm not. I got a Patreon. I'm not exactly comfortable showing that out yet since I don't have much out for it. But you can follow me on Twitter at Numbing Disaster. Follow me there. I interact with the community a lot. I'm trying to be a lot more stable on there since school is going to be over with for the Christmas break, and I get into a lot, maybe way too much shit posting. So get ready to be offended or laugh, or maybe be both.
The internet is for shit posting, man.
Oh yeah, that's how I started my Twitter career, shit posting. But my Patreon is mostly just one tabletop game, mostly tabletop games, just sort of get into comics. Whenever I feel comfortable showing that out, I will definitely be doing a lot with that.
All right. Well, all right, Neo, you are up.
Well, as usual, I typically don't have much to show for myself. Elf. Let's see. As always, I still have the Henshin Hero Gar Riser series that's still early in development. Still trying to work out some character and plot issues that have recently come onto my attention.
Okay.
Although I gotta say, another news I wouldn't say I found, but I sort of discovered an artist recently that's kind of caught my attention. He goes by Philip Ondera, I believe. He kind of has a unique style that sort of favors an old manga artist that I followed for a long time, Shotaro Ishinomori, who pretty much created stuff, most of the tokusatsu through his manga, like Kamen Rider, Inazuma, and such.
Oh shit!
Cyborg 009. Yes, remember most of those series.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And
recently commissioned him to draw Shotty Cruz and his XL Gar Riser persona. Oh no. To see the kind of feel for how it looks under his style. With any luck in time, I might even try and talk to him about doing the art for the series. If he wants.
Yeah, go for it, dude.
heck
Go
yeah.
for it.
Yeah, you know,
from
everything I've heard of Go Riser, I'm excited to see how that develops, and you know, all the characters and all the storylines that you've come up with, Stefan, have been amazing. You know, I love it. Make sure you guys follow him at Flash Shadow 17, right?
Yeah.
On Twitter, and I think he's got YouTube is what, Neostar Productions, right?
Yeah, that's my YouTube handle, but I really don't have much in the way of content on the channel at the moment.
You know what you ought to do? You ought to make a little video and just like put up a thing and maybe some text or something with like some of your OC characters. Just some little fun video or something like that. It's just an idea.
Yeah, I've actually meant to try working on something like that over the weekends.
The process of you doing your character. That's what most do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, I said
behind the
plus I have
scenes.
like the preview up and drawing on the D in like the AMs for the
yeah.
group. If anyone wants to see it.
Actually, yeah. I guess I can say this. Yeah, there's 3 of us in this group right now, or the video. We're working on a little something for the Revengers storyline, so that'll be coming out. Don't expect it anytime soon. It's probably going to be about 2 years from now. It could be less, but it might not be. It might not be until
coming out next year,
but the year after maybe, because there's a bunch of other projects that got to come out first. So
yeah,
can't be stepping on toes, but
that's true. It's understandable.
And the indie scene.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, we got our other writers and stuff like that are doing their thing that they got to finish what they got going on. But so, anybody else got anything else they want to throw out? All right, that's silence.
Not at this time.
Always be sure to do a good turn daily by staying away from Twitter drama and supporting your local independent comic book developer.
Indeed.
For real.
Indeed.
Whether it be financial or exposure-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's one of the greatest parts about this community is I see a lot of support for each other, a lot of help between each other. Like if we need assistance in like, hey, we're looking for a writer, we're looking for an artist, we're looking for, this, that, or the other thing, an editor, a letterer. Our community has been very supportive in that and working together and trying to get this stuff done. Colorists, any of that sort of thing. Reach out to this community, be like, in our group chats, post it, be like, you're looking for somebody. Chances are they'll do it until they can get paid, just for the hell of it, So I'm giving shout outs to everybody that showed up tonight. Much love to you guys. I'm your friendly neighborhood ninja. You can follow me on the Twitter and obviously YouTube. We got mad good comics coming out for you guys. And oh yeah, look at that. Some nice stuff. What that Mighty got then. Is that what you were doing this time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice, bro.
Right then.
Yeah, that was some good stuff.
Yeah, I was kind of drawing from most of the string too.
Yeah.
All right.
I actually have 2 different charter picks in the process.
See, that's the thing. Like, I actually feel like I'm pretty productive while we're doing these streams. I got this whole picture drawn. Here, I'll quick share this one last time before the video's over here. Boop. Get rid of that. I did this whole thing while we were streaming. I even started coloring.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be for
having stuff going on at the same time, like listening to music or talking with people.
Right.
Yeah, because we're having conversations with friends. It's like like work. But it's like we're having fun.
We're always having fun.
I definitely don't want to make a job or career out of my out of like creating, because then I might actually start hating it.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, that's the thing though. If you can do what you love as a job, then you'll never
work a day in your
Oh
life.
no, if
right.
I have to depend on creating for financial stuff, I
Well,
will
now
definitely.
listen. I'll tell you this right now. Mad shout outs to Pope Fire for hooking me up with some serious commission work because I need it right now because the jobs I did have, my regular jobs, are kind of slow during the winter time. And, I can financially be able to pick some of that back up through those commissions. If I can draw pictures for somebody, hell yeah, why the hell not? Anybody who wants to open themselves up for commissions, don't be afraid. There's people out there that they're like, oh man, I can't draw, and they'll pick somebody up. Make sure that people know where you can, what your prices are, and I have to say, do it. Don't be.
One thing that definitely becoming popular nowadays on some websites I go to is actually having commissions for writing. It's apparently becoming a thing.
It's nice, man. They have that now. It's nice.
Apparently, I see a lot of advertisements for it, and there's some writers on this choose your own adventure website database sort of a thing. These are being like Patreons for writing now. Apparently, that'd be interesting to look into. And so I'm mostly a writer. I don't do much anything else.
Dude, try it, man. If there's a chance you can make money of it, do it. Go for it.
Yeah, that's another thing about this community is it's so supportive. I mean, heck, I don't consider myself much of a writer, and if I had the funds to commission somebody to be like, hey, listen, here's my premise, here's what the characters want to do, hook me up with a little bit of some dialogue and some plot, so that way I don't have to just sit here and consider all the shit that I want to put in this comic. I don't mind having some help. Damn, I just got 2 trains right in a row.
Train.
I'm too busy talking. Sorry, train. You're not getting one over on me.
Shows up. Hide.
See?
Hello.
Look at that.
Guys, I have weakness for ninjas too.
but yeah, that was just a thing I just see just explode from out of nowhere was commissions for writers.
You'd be surprised because
I like to think that I'm a decent writer, but I'm not. But I don't exactly follow any formal format.
Oh.
Writing. I would just be writing things out as a regular.
You'd be doing a Stan Lee. Basically, what you'd be doing is a Stan Lee.
Ah.
Yeah.
So there's writing stuff. Not putting it in like any kind of like author form or script format. Just write stuff.
Just write the plot down and let the artist take it from there.
Yeah, really.
I mean, I suppose I could have like a writer, put it in a format again. I'm not sure how I'd have that.
Because according to Stan, he said when he started doing it that way, they were able to put out more books faster.
Huh. I suppose I could try my hand at a writing commission. I mean, it wouldn't look like anything from an actual novel or nothing.
No.
Well, yeah, if you got the chance, Stefan, from what I've seen, the ideas that you got, I wouldn't, sleep on it. I would take care of that. I'd do it if I have to say, we're our own harshest critics. We're going to sit here and we're going to be like, no, I'm never good enough. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough.
Right. But if you believe in it enough, if you believe in your work enough, yeah, other people catch on. Will like it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I won't lie.
I am definitely my own harshest critic, but after a point in time, if every single person I ever show my writing says, "Oh no, I like it. It's good writing." That's why I just have to just say, "Okay, maybe I'm just a good writer."
Yeah.
Either I'm a good writer, or literally everyone I ever talk to is a liar.
First of all, when you criticize your own work, you always see the flaws because you wrote it. No one else is going to see that, at least not right away.
I suppose that is true.
I'll tell you what, if you have a best friend like mine, who regularly rips the shit out of my art, like anything, he'll be like, "Yo, why does this character have a thumbnail? You know, like, why has he got a hangnail? Or that chick's jaw looks kind of manly." And
Right.
look for those kind of friends that'll tear the shit out of your art. Don't be, take that criticism.
What Mighty has said reminds me of the whole cooking thing. If you're about to eat a meal with someone and you're the one who cooked it, but they weren't in the kitchen during the entire time, the other person is going to taste the food better because you got used to the smell.
Right.
I suppose nobody that's ever eaten my food ever said it's bad.
The thing is, they weren't in there while you were doing it.
Case, it'll actually be worse for them because they didn't get used to the smell, so it's going to be doubly worse for them.
Matter of fact, a lot of people are kind of surprised I know how to cook.
Yeah.
Heck, I gotta eat. I gotta eat too.
Yeah. You gotta eat too, so why not?
What the heck was I gonna do if I went out? If I ever went when I went out, I didn't know how to feed myself.
Exactly. What are you gonna do then?
I enjoy eating. I don't want to starve. Therefore, I learn how to cook.
Okay.
Gotta learn how to cook. And I'm surprised by how many kids nowadays don't know how to cook. Always eating like ramens and fast and like instant noodles.
Yeah.
Boy,
anything that can be nowadays, it's all about the microwave.
Yeah.
Anything can be food if you're brave and desperate enough.
That is true.
That is true.
I love a good can. I love a good can of Campbell's every now and then, but still.
Yeah, we all have a good can of Campbell's every now and then, but
not sure how well I'd survive on ramen. I would how much ramen it would take. I would go broke because I end up downing a whole 3 different bags of ramen. All these folks try to eat ramen every night. I need like 3 things to survive. I'm a freaking glutton over here.
Okay.
You find yourself eating more than you thought you would.
Okay, guys. I think
I think it's time for us to go.
All right. We love you guys. We will catch you next time.
We love you. We love you. We love you.
People tuning in.
It was great meeting y'all.
Yeah, great meeting you guys, man. It was awesome.
Great meeting you guys.
Yeah, likewise. That's me, you might.